It appears that we are now live, so welcome to any who are watching this, the final day of the public hearing. And I'll call the public hearing back to order at this time. And just for information, the procedure today will be firstly, the municipal clerk will acknowledge the written submissions received in response to the public hearing. Following that, there'll be an opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. Following that, there'll be an opportunity for final administrative comments and for council to ask questions of administration, after which time I'll close the public hearing for the two bylaws and then adjourn the March 9th special meeting. So with that, I will look to municipal clerk to provide the written submissions that were received.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I'm just going to share my screen. So my office is continuing to receive written submissions at the moment. So as of noon yesterday, the submissions that we had compiled for these bylaws, we have received 1,772 submissions, 1,581 opposed, 141 in favor, 11 neutral, 16 conditional, and 23 concerned. And we will continue receiving written submissions until the public hearing adjourns today. So they're still coming in. Once the deadline has passed, the submissions will be compiled and posted on the town's website for everyone to read. And the names of everyone who has provided a written or verbal submission will appear in the meeting minutes. Once these documents are published, if there's anyone who wishes to correct their own position, as recorded in the minutes, they can contact my office at municipal.clerk@canmore.ca. And that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions.
I see no questions from members of council. So thank you very much, Ms. Hyde.
You're welcome.
So I see a number of the representations from the applicant are with us. So I'll open the floor to council to ask questions of the applicant. Who would like to lead us off? Councillor Comfort.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So good morning, Mr. Oldenburger. Are you going to be answering me? You're on the firing line, are you? So my question concerns, and we heard a great deal about it at the public hearing, about Indigenous engagement. And I'd like to have you describe how you attempted or how you did manage to engage the Stoney people in giving their feedback to this project.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Comfort. If you don't mind, I'm just going to share my screen briefly on that question. Can you see the screen okay, Councillor Comfort? And Michelle Gurney, I think, is on the line as well. And Michelle, if I could reach out to you to speak to this slide, because I know that you were the point person on this topic. I think she's there.
Good morning.
Oh, okay.
Council and Chris, I am here.
Ms. Gurney,
To speak to this.
go ahead.
So we definitely did hear the concerns raised throughout the public hearing about this really important topic. We know that David Taylor spoke to this in his closing as well, the importance of this, and certainly that the viewpoints of so many members who presented were heard. So we did reach out to the Stoney Nakoda Nation in 2020, as David Taylor referenced. We wanted to understand how they would like to input into the ASPs. And so at that time, we did learn that they were looking for a cultural assessment. And so we went back to the 1992 documents to determine if a cultural assessment had been done. There was a cultural assessment done as part of the 1992 process. However, when we talked to Stoney Nakoda Nation about it, we learned that they would like to possibly look at that again, just because of the timeline that had passed. And so it was at that point that we understood we would need to move into another, formal public consultation process with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. And at that time, we were looking to the town of Canmore administration for direction on what that process should look like, what the official consultation should include, because of course, it's so important when you are looking to do consultation to understand what types of things you need to consult upon. So for that, we were looking to administration for direction. Of course, TSMB commits to abiding by townwide policy for consulting with the Stoney Nakoda as development proceeds. And we also are very committed to fostering a long-term relationship with the Stoney Nakoda Nation. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Comfort.
With respect, could I have a follow-up, Mayor Barman?
Yeah, yes, of course.
So further to that, how do you propose to do that? We've heard a lot about, especially in respect to Stoney Nakoda, we commit to, we promise to, we will, but nothing seems to advance very much. So what concrete proposals do you have for engaging? And I'm very careful not to use the word consultation, because that has a very specific legal connotation that doesn't apply to municipalities. So that's why I'm using the word engagement. And the fact that you do an engagement rather than a consultation does not mean that the commitments that you make are any less weighty. So with that in mind, there you go.
Sorry, Councillor Comfort, I had a little bit of background noise here that I wanted to just mute out. It's a really good question, and we don't have a specific answer for that right now. That is something that we need to work through with Town of Canmore administration. I can assure you it is something we're committed to. It's a topic we're learning about. It's a topic we need to learn more about as we go through and understand what are the proper ways to engage as this development moves forward. Chris,
Okay, so well, I was thinking last night about this, and actually for the last several weeks, the Stoney, I believe, have a lot to offer us in terms of history, certainly, of the land, ecological knowledge, even principles of adaptive management and monitoring for the fence and so forth. And the other part of the NRCB process, when I went back and looked at it, was that at that time, Three Sisters had committed to employment, assisting with employment for the Stonies. And is that a part of your future plans?
Yes, if I could assist Michelle, if you don't mind, Councillor Comfort. I think it's safe to say that Three Sisters knows they've been not as much up on presenting opportunities to the Stoney Nakoda Nation with respect to supply, contracting, employment opportunities as they could have been. I think we need to improve in that area significantly. And we've talked with the Three Sisters ownership team about that. And they've said, well, we need to do that. There's just no question. So moving forward, those opportunities will be presented. With respect to the cultural assessment and everything else like that, we believe, after talking internally a little bit, that absolutely it is highly important and appropriate to do further engagement with them and include them on some of the aspects of our subdivision level designs and land use design aspects. For example, public art opportunities, learning opportunities, educational opportunities and wildlife corridors and things like that. So I agree with you, you're 100% right. Is it something I can say, and here's what I did yesterday? Unfortunately, I'm not in that position, so I can't do that for you. But is it something we will do moving forward? That I can guarantee. The owners are very engaged on and spoken with me directly about that yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Um,
Mayor
Are there
Borman.
any, pardon me?
Mayor Borman, if I may,
Yes?
I know we sort of jumped right into it and everybody's obviously anxious for some answers. I was wondering if we could take a brief moment just to allow everybody that's on the call and available to council to turn on their cameras and microphone and just introduce themselves so they know the expertise that's in the room with you right now, if that's okay by you.
Certainly, that's a good suggestion.
So if I could ask everybody that's on the TSMV team to just, briefly turn on your camera, say hello and what your part of the team is so that they recognize your expertise. And then I can make a couple of notes about availability of two of them, if you don't mind. So Michelle, I see you're first. So start with you.
Thanks, Chris. Michelle Gurney. I'm principal with Shift Consulting and manage the communications and engagement component of this work.
Thank you, Michelle. Jessica?
Hi, I'm Jessica Carpat. I manage the planning aspect of the work, so all aspects of the area structure plans.
Thank you, Jessica. Mac?
Good morning, Council. My name is Mac Logan. I'm with WSP Engineering, and I supported the transportation impact assessment and the policy development.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, my name is Jim Todd. I'm a rock mechanics engineer with Wood, and we are supporting the undermining portion of the work.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Peter?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, Chris, and thank you very much, Council. My name is Peter Norman, and I'm with Altus Group, and we were the researchers that did the commercial market needs assessment, and I'm happy to talk about issues around the commercial space and commercial needs. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Peter. Jane? Oh, you're on mute, Jane.
Sorry about that. Jane Somerville with Nichols Applied Management. I was involved in some of the work on the socioeconomic impact assessment.
Thank you, Jane. Ian?
I'm a principal at Nichols as well, and I examined housing and some municipal services within the socioeconomic impact assessment.
Thank you, Ian. Adam?
Hi, my name's Adam Colson. I'm a mining engineer and raw mechanics engineer, and I'm the senior reviewer for the work that I'm with Wood that Jim is doing on the undermining, and we're supporting the undermining portion of this study.
Thanks, Adam. Kyle?
Hi there, I'm Kyle Knopf. I'm with Golder Associates. I help to prepare the EIS with a specific focus on wildlife and wildlife issues.
Thanks, Kyle. Pierce?
Hi, folks. My name is Pierce Shuchuk. I'm a principal with Nichols Applied Management, and I was the primary author of the fiscal impact assessment.
Thank you, Pierce. And finally, and without fanfare, David Taylor.
Hi, I'm David Taylor. I'm the generalist of the group, so try to keep everybody together.
He's also the man that will be speaking to me when I make commitments for Three Sisters, but I'm pretty comfortable with that. And so, Council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to introduce the extended team with you. I do have two notes. Just wanted to note that Stu Walkingshaw is also available, but unfortunately, due to some commitments, he's not available until this afternoon if you have questions with respect to fire mitigation and things like that. But otherwise, the rest of the team is here this morning.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Ollenberger, and I appreciate you thinking to introduce your team like that. Good suggestion. We'll go back to Q&A then. And Councillor Comfort, do you have any other questions regarding the engagement process that you were raising?
Not at the present time, but I reserve the right to maybe come back with a supplemental.
Okay, are there other members of council that want to explore that issue at all at this time? I'll just ask one associated question, and it was suggested that Three Sisters would engage with Stony moving forward, and I think the screen sharing suggested at subdivision stage or something. I'm just curious what you're thinking in terms of where the Stony engagement best fits, and how we would look to see that fit into the next planning.
That's an excellent question. Thank you, Mary Borroman. The reason I suggested, and I will say both land use and subdivision, although leaning more towards subdivision, is I believe that the input that the Stoney Nakoda could provide to Three Sisters is more meaningful if tangible and seen on the ground. And so absolutely why we would accept any input or suggestions they have and follow the town of Canmore's lead with respect to policy work and area structure plans. I believe that the opportunity to best utilize their skill set and some of their interests in the way that they were talking during the public hearing presentation is that we'd be able to talk to them about, what do you think about this design? How would you name this street? Why is this place important to you? How can we have interpretive signage that would respect that opportunity and educate others within the community about the former use of these lands? There's, I think, a number of opportunities like that. And so my suggestion was based on the ability to tangibly see that, which I think is what Councillor Comfort was looking for. Because, you know, if we're just talking a lot of policy work, it's important, but is it broadly public opportunity for education and engagement? I'm not sure that it's the best representative opportunity. If there's an opportunity we can do it during the ASP process, I'm happy to explore that. But that was my thought process.
Okay, thank you. And just speaking from the little bit of experience that I've gained, and I readily admit that I'm no expert on the matter, although the town has been endeavoring to rebuild right relations with Stoney Nakoda. We have a ways to go as well. The one thing that I think I've learned is that it tends to work better when people ask the Stoney directly what it is that how they see the engagement working, and look to the Stoney to suggest the mechanism or the opportunities, rather than simply going to them and saying, here's how it's going to look. So I encourage you to open or embellish any channels you have at this time, and begin that exploration soon. Councillor Comfort, do you have another question there?
Yeah, when I look back, I would suggest going back to the NRCB documents, which I know you've done. And there were certain things that were agreed to there, certain things that were not agreed to, not sanctioned by the NRCB. And go back there as a starting place, and then look at what's possible. And so and the other thing I suggest is, you probably know Edmonton has gone wholly into this on renaming the wards with Indigenous names and all of that, and a lot of street names and different sites. And it's had a lot of pushback, but people are starting to realize why it's important and are starting to embrace it. So, and it is difficult. It's not an easy process for sure. But thank you for your attention. I applaud your efforts going forward. I encourage you to go forward.
Absolutely, Councillor Comfort. Three Sisters is happy to do that. I think probably the biggest part we had a challenge is the formal process that the Stoney Nakoda would like to start those negotiations with didn't mesh well with the ASP process that the town was expecting. So we were struggling with that a little bit. I think that's pretty fair to say. And obviously we need to do more. I don't disagree with that at all. You know, they also want to have broad conversations on a number of things, some of which are a little beyond the developer's capacity. So we'd be looking to work with the town of Canmore on how we can do better together on that.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks very much, Chris and Michelle, for addressing those questions. Councillor Comfort. I'm looking to council now to see who may have a question at this time. Nobody's okay. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Ohlenberger, for coming to council. we heard lots of topics, as you are very well aware, over the course of the last 5 days of hearing, 6 days of hearing, I don't know. So I'm going to dive into one that I heard quite a bit of to find clarity for, and that is about, surprise, affordable housing. Within the ASPs, you articulate a range of affordable housing, anywhere from suites and employee housing to, yeah, all kinds. I think one question I heard and that I would like clarity on is within each ASP separately, how many units of traditional vital homes, which is formerly PAH, affordable housing units at base, without using any of the incentives or anything like that, will be provided in each development.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Comfort. And Jessica, just to give you the heads up, I'm probably going to task you to walk, or sorry, Councillor Comfort, Councillor McCollum. Okay. I apologize. Stuck in my brain. So anyways, Jessica, I'm going to reach to you to talk about that. And I'll probably use the affordable housing slide that you prepared this morning. So I'll bring that up now while Jessica prepares herself.
Thank you, Councillor Comfort, for that question.
McCallum.
Oh, sorry, McCallum. Making suggestive.
Hey man, I could have heard worse. That's a compliment as far as I'm concerned.
All right, so just PAH. So for Three Sisters Village, and Chris, if you can go to slide, I believe that's slide 20.
Yes, I'm just headed back that direction. I apologize for that.
So just pure PAH or vital homes in Smith Creek, we have 2 aspects that count towards the PAH items. So there is the community lands aspect, which there's about, I believe, 2 hectares of land that with the development of Smith Creek, there's about 100 to 200 units that could be developed on those lands in a very conservative estimate. And then 10% of all multifamily housing, which we're estimating at about 40 beds, 40 units at this point in time. And then for Three Sisters Village, 10% of all residential units are PH or vital homes. And that is estimated to be between 350 to 470 units. And that's without bonusing. So to be very clear,
yes,
there is the opportunity to bonus on top of that.
Yeah, I understand that. I just want to understand or clarify rather what the base level, if no bonusings are taken advantage of, because as you know, we can't actually force the developer to take advantage of the bonusing. So at worst, it's nice to know what our worst case scenario is within this proposal. And yeah, that is that's what you just articulated. So, and that leads me to my next question with regards to the bonusing. So what recourse does the town have, or what alternatives do the town have should the end builder choose to not take advantage of any of the incentives or the bonusing tool?
Well, I would say that the bonusing tool is really, without using the bonusing tool, development is really quite limited. We're talking about existing land use districts being capped at their absolute minimum, which you know that developers don't buy, or builders don't buy parcels of land to only build the minimum. And so we're talking about townhome sites that are capped at, I believe it's the 30 UPH versus 67 UPH, which is really quite limiting. And then, you know, we believe, you know, the TSMV team believes that this will absolutely incent builders to participate in the bonusing program. If that doesn't happen, we have an annual review built into the process to make sure it's working. And so that is something that is absolutely outlined in policy to make sure there's those belts and braces there to make sure it is working.
I think I'd also add that there's also the opportunity, like the actual effective mechanism for this, Councillor McCallum, as you probably know, is land use. So every time there's a land use redesignation, if the town of Canmore sees that they're not getting the results that all of us are hoping for, not just the town, we can adjust those bonusing provisions within the land use to encourage the direction we want to see go. And that also allows us to adjust the bonusing provisions that as building codes start to catch up with what we're trying to bring to Canmore early, we can take pieces of that aspect out of the bonusing policy, right? The intent is not to bonus people for things they do under the building code anyway. It's the intent is to ask them to advance it forward now as a head of the building code in a way that that encourages them to do it. So it's those opportunities at land use to make those adjustments pretty regularly.
And if I could add on to that answer, because there is the bonusing system is based on the Alberta, like where the Alberta building code is. So it's always better than code. So the actual measurement is always advancing us above code. So as the building code changes, we have to do better than building code.
Gotcha. So can you articulate how the affordable housing is expected to be brought on in terms of phasing? Is it expected to come all at the end, all at the beginning, or sort of in lockstep with the residential that's being proposed?
Chris, would you like me to answer this?
Yes, I was going to, but I think you're the best person.
The area structure plan is looking to do something like inclusionary, well, it is looking to do inclusionary housing. So inclusionary housing ensures that affordable housing is integrated throughout the development. So on every parcel of land that a builder built upon, 10% of those units will include affordable units. And so that way we don't get, that development is an affordable development. The entire development will have aspects of affordability integrated throughout.
Okay, thank you. I will let my colleagues speak. I haven't enough coffee yet.
So this is an area of great interest to myself as well, and I believe to the community. So as things move forward, is there any way that we can actually create certainty within land use bylaws or other approval documents to ensure that the 10% of every residential unit in every subdivision is in fact pure PAH or vital home?
As you know, Mayor Borman, we do have some limitations that we bump into with the legislations available to us in Alberta and actually much of Canada, to be honest. So the mechanism that we're using is incentivization for the most part, outside of the minimums that Jessica just described in answer to Councillor McCullum's question, right? Those are set. That's a Three Sisters commitment. And you've seen places like Mindside Court where Three Sisters has delivered on that in the past as a corporation. In fact, that was this ownership group. So I think there are aspects that, yes, the town has hooks into Three Sisters to make sure that there's those minimums that are delivered, but we're looking to do beyond that, obviously, right? And so the mechanism that we've chosen to do that within the bonusing policy, I think will deliver. And we did tune it as Jess described, so it's not here's this pocket, here's this piece, here's this project. We're trying to really do that inclusivity, right? And so it's spread out, you don't see it, which is something that was successful at Mindside Court. I think that project actually worked out really well in terms of you wouldn't know today walking outside of that building which pieces are affordable and which pieces are market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great project. So would Three Sisters as the developer have something written in contract with the builders that would oblige them to provide 10% of all their units as PH, and this is prior to any bonusing I'm speaking of?
I can't speak, of course, to the period of ownership of Three Sisters I'm not involved with, but during the periods of ownership that I have been involved with, and it's the same ownership group, again, we have been using those tools within our land transfer contracts to enforce those, right? While we respect that we have made commitments to the town of Canmore, and sometimes our builder partners are the ones that are actually doing the execution side, right? The hammer, the nails, the wood, delivery. We make sure that those flow through via our land transfer contracts.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I was trying to make notes as Ms. Carpat was speaking. What was the 10% total of PAH for Smith Creek?
Ooh, sorry, just a second. Could I add, before I answer that question, can I have permission to just add on a little bit to Chris's answer? As you know, the ASP is adopted through bylaw, and it is a statutory bylaw used in conjunction with land use districts. It is a requirement because the ASP does outline a shall policy. So in the area structure plan used in conjunction with the land use district, it would be a requirement for the builder to provide.
Thanks for reminding us of that. So that would suggest that even were the ownership to transition, that requirement would still be within the SP bylaw.
And that has occurred already in, say, the Stewart Creek community. So, yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Borrowman, may I suggest? We did, of course, spend the, actually, Jessica and I spent the same amount of time I think you guys did going through the whole public hearing. And so we heard a number of frequently asked questions, and we did prepare some answers to them. I think maybe council would find them valuable to see what we heard and see some of the thoughts that we had to answering those questions, but that is entirely up to you, of course.
I think at this time we'll stick to our anticipated routine, and I just ask you to respond to questions that are raised by council, and no doubt many of the questions will reflect what we've heard at the public hearing as well.
Happy to do that.
And on the same subject, Councillor Sanford, no, just before I move on, sorry, because it's a last sort of a thought. The units that we're talking about right now, the mandatory 10% of all residential units, I'm certain that the intent is to have them designed and developed in conjunction with the Canmore community housing, and as well be available to their waiting list, which is quite long. That's how I understood the ASP to read.
I would agree with that. We also did leave the door open to other providers because there may be products that Canmore Community Housing is not looking to do. And so we want to make sure that we didn't only solely focus it on one provider. It actually has the tools to allow others in if needed.
Sure, that's great. Of course, PAH has a fairly specific control mechanism, using restrictive covenant or some other tool like that. So that would be important, that there's certainty that the affordability would be permanent.
Yeah, absolutely. Our preference is, of course, Canmore Community Housing first.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sanford, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you for attending our meeting today and answering our questions. I had a question regarding the tourist home designation that's being proposed in the village center plan. Is there any room in that designated area for vital homes? Does tourist home designation lend itself to vital home development?
Off the top of my head, I don't think that if it is a tourist home, it can be made into a vital home. But Jess, am I wrong there?
No, you're correct.
But I'm thinking in conjunction with tourist homes.
Oh, so if you were combining within a same building type of thing, right, similar to what we discussed in Mindside Court, yes, I would say you could do that.
So there is potential for those two to coexist in the same
development. Yes, I would say that. Jess, did you want to add on to that?
So I think they can coexist. So I'll start with that. I think that there can be ways in which to coexist within the same development between tourist homes and vital homes. There are some kind of livability concerns that have been brought up previously with administration that could probably be easily solved through policy, either, having different floors, being dedicated to tourist homes versus vital homes. Sometimes the tourist home uses can be disruptive to residential, permanent residential families or households. So there are some policy considerations that we might want to consider when we're thinking about that integration.
I'm just going to jump in here, sorry, but that situation does currently exist. There's a number of buildings, some projects in the Cananessis area that have that mixed use within the building. And I have to be honest, Councillor Sanford, it's a gong show. It really hasn't worked very well to mix those uses within one building. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, there's at least one of those buildings has mixed use on a floor. So next door to a PH type unit is a tourist home unit, and it's really a problematic. So I don't know if planning department or I don't know if that would be a really great opportunity.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned about the statement that was made earlier that if there was going to be an integration of vital homes during the process, and the process only was focused on tourist homes at that level of development, then where does the vital homes come in? So it sounds like it would have to come in at a later time, or, if things are happening concurrently, then when does vital homes come in, would be my question.
Sure, I appreciate that question. You bet.
So when does vital homes come in to when the tourist home development I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Yes, so if there's one part of the development that is generally focused on tourist homes, where do we work on the vital homes portion of that, if that's what's happening currently?
Well, this is the reason why we have a multi-pronged strategy. So for these, what I would call quasi-commercial type development, we have proposed employee housing beds and making sure that there is an affordability or a place for employees to go and to live within Canmore when these commercial developments are proposed. Also, we have the PAH or the vital homes component to address residential affordability concerns. We have the EH to address kind of what I would say the commercial component concerns. And then we also have proposed a market rental proportion for those who may not have, to make sure that we have a market and that we have some rental for people to move through the continuum between should they choose to move to ownership at a later stage. So we have the rental as a tenure, we have ownership as a tenure, and we also have, employee housing in the PAH. So it really is a multi-pronged strategy. Mayor Borman, also, if I may, I misquoted the Smith Creek PAH amounts. It is 40 to 90 units. I looked at the employee housing amounts. My apologies.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Mayor Borman, and to Councillor Sanford's question, I think some of the aspects of your question, Councillor Sanford, are a matter of scale too, right? So are we talking about a building? Are we talking about a project, or are we talking about a whole area? Because as you've seen on the land use concept, for example, within the Three Sisters Village, there is a broad area in which tourist homes can occur, right? so there's a difference in scale there a little bit too. So that, I think that's why we're trying to inquire about the clarity on your question.
Thanks.
Just before we move on, I want to correct myself. I had suggested that the mixture in Canassus Way was PEH with tourist homes. It's actually visitor accom, sharing buildings and floors, which hasn't worked so well, and I don't think it would work that much better if it was sharing with tourist home. Regardless, unless you had any further follow-up questions on this, Councillor Sanford.
Oh, that's fine.
Great. I'm going to be trying to mix it up. Are there councillors that haven't asked a question that have one prepared at this time? Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Throughout the public hearing, we heard a lot about the sheer scope of the project. Could you just speak to how we got to a larger scope than the NRCB original decision and or even just past ASPs? Just how we got to where we are today?
Absolutely. I'm happy to address that for you. And maybe I'll share a brief screen on that just to make sure we're looking at the right thing. And hopefully it's just one slide this time. I think I screwed up the settings the last time. Can you see one slide?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for the question. I appreciate that. You'll recall that in 2017, one of council's directions to us was we want to understand the whole picture. We want to understand how everything will unfold. And so we took that direction quite seriously, and we made sure that we presented both area structure plans concurrently and at the same time so everybody could see the entire picture. However, the NRCB, as you know, is a long and complex document, but we've combed through it in some careful detail to see exactly what is it that we are proposing in these two area structure plans that are strongly guided by the municipal development plan itself and by the integrated transportation plan. They were core and key drivers. And the NRCB document didn't have the benefit of that council direction at the time. And, you know, we've had those toing and froings during the years that have occurred since. But as you'll see on this table, actually the amount of gross developable hectares is significantly below what the NRCB approved for an acreage basis, right? And so the NRCB said 680 hectares could be developed in this project. The two area structure plans in front of us, including what's been done in the past, add up to 420. So we're well under, in terms of acreage of impact, what the NRCB approved. You can also see that the number of visitor accommodation, hotel rooms, tourist homes, things like that, there's a range, of course, because we've talked about those ranges within the area structure plans, but even at the maximum, it is still below the threshold of the NRCB, although just by a couple hundred units. You can see the residential units is slightly above 6,105 versus 6,085 residential units. We've learned in the years since the NRCB, you know, they talked about employee housing, and we've had a bigger spectrum of affordable housing now within our toolkit. So adding all of those up, you can see there. And I don't think anyone would necessarily stress too much if all of the staff accommodation, employee housing, perpetually affordable housing added up to over what the employee housing unit count was in the NRCB, but it is potentially over that in there. That the total unit count, when you add up all the opportunities and things like that, at the floor that just described to you a little bit earlier is 7515, whereas the NRCB was 8510. The potential with 100% maximum bonus, everything humanly possible done in the bonusing toolkit, our estimate is 9,915 units. However, what I don't think was recognized is that the NRCB actually in Appendix C and in another place in the NRCB document said they specifically allowed for population density, they explicitly said this, to be increased with the approval of the town of Canmore. So that aspect is entirely in your control. you can actually say, we would like to do more than the NRCB did on a population density basis. The NRCB actually wrote that down explicitly, recognizing that may be a suggestion or a toolkit down the road. And it's fortunate they did, because everything that's driving the integrated transportation plan on your side and the municipal development plan in terms of more compact forms of development and things like that, a lot of them really synergize together with more complete compact communities. So I would say overall, you can see that we are not only compliant with the NRCB decision, but the NRCB allows council to increase that population density should they so choose. And the bonusing toolkit is how we're responding to the direction that's contained in council's direction within the municipal development plan and the integrated transportation plan. The total development area though, hectares, each hectare is 2.47 acres, just to give you a sense. Sometimes people know acres a little bit better than hectares, but we're like a couple hundred hectares smaller than the NRCB actually permitted. I hope that was helpful to you, Councillor Hillstead. Did that answer your question?
I think for the most part.
Is there something I missed I could clarify?
Not at the moment. I'll have to keep thinking about some further questions, but thank you for that for now.
Yeah, happy to come back when you like.
Just while you have the chart on your share screen, Mr. Ollenberger, it's an interesting chart. Looking at the right-hand columns, the totals. So the staff accom, employee housing, PH, and everything, if you take the maximum numbers there, of course, the total suggested in the NRCB, as you know, was 700, but.
And that was strictly for what they defined as employee housing.
I see.
Right, and so there wasn't quite a perfect alignment there in that row.
Okay, interesting chart, and I assume you have that on your web page or somewhere that people can refer to this.
We'll make sure that just after we finish here today with you, that we'll make it part of the public submission so that anybody can see it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Sanford, do you have a question in line with this chart, or?
Yes, I do. I've got a question about this chart. I thought you were going there. So on that line where it says maximum with 100% bonusing, and the unit count would be 9,915. That's the unit count, right?
That's the unit count, but there is a bit of a component of estimating to that. As you know, within the Smith Creek area structure plan, Jess, actually, I'm about to give an answer you're probably better at.
Thank you, Councillor Sanford, for the question. So the total unit count includes all units ever developed in Three Sisters Mountain Village overall, plus the maximum amount allowed in the Stewart Creek area structure plan, which, as you know, is not completely developed out. We're still working on the gateway at Three Sisters. And it also includes the unit cap within Three Sisters Village area structure plan and the Smith Creek area structure plan total units. So that is the TSMV total with all of the projected development, including existing development. And then
also, please go ahead, Jess.
And the maximum is all of the absolute maximums of both ASPs with bonus.
I would also add to that, just to be conservative on that count, we also included the potential units within the Thunderstone Quarries land area. They are included in that unit count, just to be conservative, although technically Thunderstone Quarries isn't covered by the NRCB decision and doesn't have that unit description. But we thought if we, as council directed in 2017, show us the complete picture, this is as complete as we could get it.
And sorry, currently the units that we have already built are 2,600. Is that correct?
Past TSMV development, which means prior to like The Stewart Creek, you have in the row 1,840. And then in Stewart Creek, you have a maximum of 925. A portion of that is built.
Okay. And I guess my next question is, how do you get a population estimate out of 9,915 units? What's your population estimate that you correlate with that number?
If you give me a second, Councillor Sanford, I can calculate that out for you. I mean, it's difficult, but we would use the estimates that would be within the servicing studies as to population by unit type. And then we would estimate the types of units that could be built within that, and we would derive a population estimate. You'd have to
probably also ask you if you are asking about the total population, including visitors and permanent population. And, you know, there's the way census counts count population, which is only permanent residents, as you know. Then there's part-time residents, which aren't generally counted in the official census counts. The town of Canmore, it has done a count like that in the past. And then there's visitor population on top of that.
Yeah, I would personally advise not to count population based on this format, but I would count population because you already have an existing population count within, you know, a municipal census or even the StatsCan census. We have a population, you know, an estimated population within those censuses. And then we could project more precisely with the area structure plan populations, you know, the estimated population ranges through that. If I were to kind of try to break this down, then I would be estimating population that already exists in town and maybe not deriving a correct number that way.
Yeah, so when we've worked on publishing our population estimates, that's based on these two ASPs only, not Stewart Creek, not past TSMV development. But we included just to show we anticipated the question about the total NRCB acreage and units. So that's why Jess doesn't have that number perfectly in hand right now. But if you asked us just on the two ASPs, we have answered that question, made that public.
Okay. And the two ASPs have ranges of population, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I can stop the share now, Mayor Borman, unless somebody else has got a question on this.
Mayor Borman, you're muted.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I've been having a few glitches here. My screen's gone all wonky. I even got a message from Zoom. If I should disappear, I'll ask the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Seeley, to take over while I reboot and rejoin the meeting. But right now it seems to be working. So yeah, Mr. Ollenberger, if you can stop sharing the screen. Thank you. And unless there are any further questions in regards to that line of discussion, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. My question is around more around tourist homes. I know that the developer has proposed a mix of tourist homes and visitor accommodation. And my question is around where the concept of the resort accommodation went between the last iteration and now. So to review, we still have a zoning for resort accommodation. It basically allows all the freedoms of visitor accommodation in terms of the taxation as well as use, with all of the benefits of residential accommodation, where again, with use, you can live in it for more than 28 days. So I recollect that the resort accommodation was instituted to really ensure that there was a surety of commercial taxation, where we know with the tourist home zoning that a surety isn't there and could be a liability as well. It is, although it is residential, most people, if they were looking at purchasing this as their primary residence, would have a difficult time getting in that market without a 35% deposit at least. So my question is, to rewind, to review, why have we moved away from the flexibility as well as the assurity that is required or provided within the resort accommodation zoning?
So maybe I will start and then lean towards Jessica, if that's okay. Give me 2 seconds on that one. It is a bit of an authority problem. I don't disagree with you on that. And so one of the things that we've been, where the heck did I put that? There we go. So one of the challenges we had, and unfortunately this came up within the public hearing presentation at points, is back in 2004, and I'm going to rewind a little bit, just kind of like you did, Councillor McCallum, so hopefully that's okay. You know, there was a real question, as you just alluded to, how do we sort of have residential uses and yet tax them commercially, right? That was kind of the big question that was being looked at. And so there was a clause that you see on your screen on C, we copied it out of the 2004 area structure plan. And the intent behind this clause, and this was a known risk in 2004, the town wanted to put a bit more braces, I think is the word that Jess likes to use, in attempting to make sure that they could, under the MGA taxation rules, actually legally apply commercial tax bases to the resort center and have it apply throughout the entire plan area, regardless of zoning and regardless of use, so to speak. And what we found out since, and there have been also taxation changes in the MGA, that actually was not defensible in full. And you can see that visitor accommodation is in that list, tourist accommodation in that list, residences within that list. And so I'm not a municipal taxation expert, and I am very sure that there are others within the town administration that can speak to this, but I do know that there have been challenges in municipalities, and I think including Canmore, where we're taxing you commercially because you're using it like this, and somebody appeals and said, actually, no, I'm just a resident, I'm just residential use, and therefore I should only be paying residential taxes. And so it does make a difference. And that's why when we built this area structure plan, we didn't try and muddy the waters, so to speak, like the 2004 resort center area structure plan does attempt to do. I think we provided a lot more clarity, but we also provided, as you can see on the screen, to help address that issue, a lot more commercial within the current area structure plan as opposed to the actual amount of true commercial within the 2004 area structure plan, disregarding this clause that has not worked and won't work on a move forward basis. But Jess, did you want to talk to the zoning applications? I know you're not a taxation expert either, but you can talk about the zoning applications.
Please don't ask me any tax questions. So from a planning perspective, why did we go for tourist homes? There are, as you know, Councillor McCallum, there are several definitions within the land use bylaw for several different kinds of
homes.
And one of the things that I know through working on past iterations of the land use bylaw amendments and working through various land use redesignations within the town of Canmore is that there has been quite a bit of confusion caused by these several definitions. And what I was hoping to also achieve through the area structure plan process was to kind of consolidate the intent of those definitions and perhaps allow for maybe consolidation of definitions and uses through this process for the Three Sisters Mountain Village and for other areas. There are several, with the resort accommodation, we have resort accommodation TSMV, and we have two different definitions of what resort accommodation TSMV means. and some of them work and some of, and they haven't really been built yet. So there are several problems with these definitions. So the ASP tries to take a more general approach and call them tourist homes to be clear, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to, it is more to try to describe the, the tourist nature of the use.
And I
Gotcha.
think it's also,
So
I think
here-
it's also clear on
question.
taxation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then so now I'm going to dive into taxation. So you're going to want to tap one of your friends on the shoulder. So how the numbers within the tourist homes, so the number of tourist homes that are proposed in both ASPs, how are they articulated within the fiscal impact assessment? Is there are they considered 100% commercial? Or sorry, are they zoned at 100% visitor use? Or is it 80%? Like, how do you accommodate for the ebb and flow that is possible within the taxation of those tourist homes? Because of course, people buy them, people buy them for a variety of reasons. They don't certainly buy them for what they were zoned for, 17 years ago anymore. However, I'm just curious that within the modeling for the fiscal impact assessment, are they inserted as 100% rented at commercial, 70% rented at commercial, 40% rented at commercial? How is that? How are the margins of error?
Well, you're right. I am going to tap one of my friends on the shoulder. His name's Pierce. So
Pierce.
Would you let Pierce answer the question before you go in there, Jess?
Hi, folks. Great question. If you take a look at the FIA, there's table 4.2. You can see the differential mill rates applied to different property classes. I believe that's taken from the 2019 tax bylaw. You can see there that the tax rate or the mill rate, for tourist homes is considerably above that for residential homes. And we applied that rate to the expected assessed value for all tourist homes. So we did not allow for some tourist homes to kind of flop into the personal use or permanent resident category.
So they've all been articulated as maxed out at that almost commercial rate within all the modeling.
That's correct.
Okay, no room for those units to be used then as residential personal use within the modeling.
I would add that, I guess if we take a step back, the FIA is very much kind of an if-then statement. So if design in the ASP, then financial impact of X. We did do sensitivity analysis. We called it a break-even analysis in the appendix to the FIA, where we looked at how much value in the commercial base could be backed off before the project was effectively a break-even proposition. Mm-hmm. And we found roughly about 30% could be backed off. Now you could apply that same thinking to the tourist homes. Like, we're talking about the non-residential base being reduced by some percentage. The rates are similar, so I would expect that you could reduce the tourist home by roughly the tourist homes that are used as tourist homes and taxed as such by roughly the same percentage.
Okay, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
In the appendix to the FIA.
Yeah, I'm not an economist, so
no, hey,
and I know you are, so.
So in the appendix to the FIA, what we did was something called the break-even analysis, where we reduced the commercial assessment base until we got to a point where the project was a break-even proposition, given all the other assumptions. And we found roughly that you could reduce the commercial assessment base by about 30% before you got to that break-even point. Given how similar the tax rates are for tourist homes and commercial, I'd expect that you could probably reduce them by a similar amount.
Okay.
Before you fundamentally change the outcome of the study. Now, there is a difference in the relative magnitude of the assessment base. So as I'm saying that, perhaps I could offer to undertake that analysis for you, so that we have some more accurate numbers. But I guess big picture, we did play with reducing the assessment base from what's articulated here. So the key message is the results are robust, whether that reduction comes in tourist home values or through the commercial base.
And if I can add, through the policy in 5.4.2, the village center district can accommodate a mix of retail, restaurant, entertainment, commercial services, office, residential, and tourist home uses. And it also directs that the second story should either be tourist homes, residential, or commercial uses. So if we take a midpoint, which is the tourist home use, and there could be some residential, but there could also be some commercial within that area, I would say that we're really just conservatively estimating what that assessment result could be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I get that. All right, thank you very much. That's all I have for this exact moment.
Thanks very much, Councillor. And just for those that are listening or engaged here, unless people are busting, I'm going to keep this going until 10:30 and then call a short break at 10:30 and then go till noon. Councillor Seeley, you have a question?
I do. Since we're on the subject of commercial taxes and everything else, I'd like to dig in a little bit to how different the vision is from where it started. Where it started was the 2004 ASP. Well, it evolved into that. And there was a huge 100% commercial component to that. And now this looks more like a residential project. So I guess what I heard was commercial from a taxation standpoint is pretty important to the town of Canmore, and this is an important opportunity. So I guess the mix we're talking about, maybe more hotels, more visitor accommodation, a little less tourist homes because they're uncertain and they can be moved around. I think there should be lots of confidence to go with a commercial component. So can we talk about that a little bit?
Do you have a specific question, Councillor?
Yeah, just about the original vision and the commercial, and it's moved to more residential. So I guess that's the question. Why the rationale, and is there potential to move it back a little bit more commercial to the commercial side?
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the question, Councillor Seeley. I appreciate that. I think I will bring up some additional information to assist you on that question, if you don't mind. Let me I always have to click a button or two, you know how it's, although I do seem to be mostly able to do it on my own, so at least the clerk doesn't have to jump in. So I'm going to back up even slightly more. I think during the public hearing, we heard, the NRCB approved this project, but what was missed is it's not the project that's on the title page. The description on the title page did not encompass what is approved by the NRCB. But in fact, it was very clear by the NRCB that residential uses were always part of the component mix, and it was always known that there would be weekender homes and multifamily homes and holiday homes. It's described right within the NRCB document. And so we believe that we're actually quite well aligned with the NRCB that way. In fact, I would say these ASPs are stronger on commercial components than the original approval from the NRCB. The reason I say that is because the NRCB was more thinking of a single family home topology in many of the pods. They had multifamily in there, but you can see that there was a lot of single family detached and things like that. And there was different implementation plans put forward. These area structure plans, because of council's direction on the municipal development plan and the integrated transportation plan, are more complete communities, more sustainable tax-wise, and more commercially supportable. I've gone back and looked at what has been proposed within the NRCB a couple of times. And so I would say that we have actually increased it, and I'm going to bring up a different picture, if that's all right. I gotta kind of muck about a little bit. But I believe that the 2 area structure plans that are in front of you today are stronger commercially, and I'm going to show you that as well. Although this one I did show you previously. I've got a couple monitors, so that's why it takes me 2 seconds to kind of pull up a different screen when you need it. So on the graph that's on the left-hand side of the page, Councillor Seeley, you can see that the actual amount of residential component on an acreage basis, excluding open space, right? And so we're measuring kind of apples to apples. So excluding open space of any form is actually lower. It's the column that's the most the most left-hand portion. The current ASP in front of you is lower in residential proportion, but in the blue bar, the third one over from the left, the amount of commercial is much higher than the 2004 area structure plan in terms of the acreage basis. So we do believe that we have positioned and heard council clearly that commercial tax base is important. And you saw the results of that commercial tax base reflected within the MFIA, where it pointed out the opportunity that you could do the shift in the overall proportion between commercial and residential taxes within the town of Canmore. And that is a reflection of the increased amount of commercial that is put within these 2 area structure plans proposed before you today. Does that answer your question, Councillor Seeley?
Sort of. Okay, thank you.
If I missed something, I'm happy to clarify.
Yeah, let me think on it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Councillor Mara.
I'm sorry that my question is not off topic. It's moved on. So are we ready for a different question?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Borman, and thank you for everyone being here to answer our questions. During the public hearing, undermining mitigation came up quite a bit. And there was a cement paste that is being recommended or suggested for mitigation process. Can you clarify for me where you're doing the mitigation? Is it just under structures? Are you going further out? And the 2-part question, if that's okay. And do we know of any environmental effects from the paste other than GHG emissions?
I'm happy to address that question. I'm actually going to pull up a different graph. It's not directly on point, but I think it has a graphic that will be useful nonetheless. So can you see one slide on the screen? Am I getting that right now consistently? Oh, that's good. So I brought up this map, not because it's perfectly aligned with your question, Councillor Mara, but because it's just a useful tool. So the paste mitigation is a specific task. It is not actually the only solution, nor is it just undertaken at 100%, oh, there's undermining, so therefore we shall paste. It's actually a tool that's used in specific situations, generally shallower developments, like where the mines are a bit shallower, where you're looking to basically fill up that open space that could potentially be below the ground. There is a point where the mines are so deep, for example, that there's no point in actually putting paste below the ground because the mine doesn't have any real effect on the surface. It's too deep, there's too much rock overhead, and it doesn't actually have the potential to impact the surface. And so I've heard a number of different numbers that are out there about the number. We've measured the amount of tunnels that are within there, and it's a little bit of an estimate. We use some really conservative numbers. I heard numbers like 3,000 kilometers of mines below there. That's not quite there. It's a bit of an order of magnitude out. It's more in the order of 300 kilometers of mine tunnels, but they're all of various sizes. Some of them have 1.5 meters of height. Some of them have like 2.7 meters of height. And then of course, there's areas like the little red that you can see kind of diagonally running across the screen, the bottom left, sorry. That's where there has been a surface mine where the wider part is in one area. And also there's some more steeply dipping seams, right? And you can have more coal taken out of that area. And so to your specific question, now that you have a little bit of background, it's a little bit case by case basis. where is the building located? What does the mine look like beneath the ground? Has it fully collapsed? Is it open? Has it been heavily timbered? Is there a lot of support that's keeping those tunnels open? Things like that. So on a very broad brush basis, the yellow ones, the zone 2, is likely to have paste mitigation explored. I would not say that this map says this is where paste mitigation shall occur. You know, I would also say that within zone 3, paste mitigation may be explored again, but it's just one piece of the toolkit. And so I don't have a broad brush, nor is it possible to say, and here's exactly how much paste or other measures like that would be put in the ground. We have looked at it though. Think of it like a very weak concrete. And so other than the GHG gas emissions, which they're there, right? You know, the paste material tends to use more fly ash, which is a byproduct. It's not actually cement. Sometimes cement has been used in the past, but generally we've been using fly ash. So we're looking at a byproduct of another emissions process. Usually coal-fired electrical generation plants are a common source of fly ash, for example. And so it's not quite the same as cement in that case either. We're not generating a manufactured process where we're creating cement, right? Which is very greenhouse gas intensive. There's no question about that. But we're actually taking a byproduct, a waste byproduct that is generated through another emissions process and utilizing that, right? And so it's not really apples to apples, like does it have the same greenhouse gas emissions as concrete? The answer is no. I think I'll pause there and see if Jim or Adam want to add on to any of that. I tried to describe broadly, gentlemen, where paste mitigation might be used, but you know, I think I've described it accurately. It's not a wholesale solution for everywhere. Would you say anything different, Jim or Adam? Who are both probably scrambling for their mute button.
Trying to find my buttons. Absolutely. No, I think you're fairly accurate. The level of mitigation required, or even the possibility of if mitigation is applicable, depends entirely on the situation. So I think Chris pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the best answer available to you, Councillor Mara.
Thank you.
Could I just explore this slide in your description a little bit further? So you specifically mentioned zone 2 and 3 as being likely to have paste mitigation explored. Mm-hmm. What about zones 4 and 5? And I'm particularly focused on zone 5, which slashes up through the hotel and spa district, which presumably would be problematical for development given it's zone 5.
So I'll start and then perhaps Jim can add in on the more technical aspects of it. So you can see that this map, there was conscious effort to put commercial properties generally on top of the more expensive type of mitigations. You know, that wasn't done by accident. That was actually done fairly purposefully because commercial properties tend to be worth more, right? Like the land that you build on them is worth more. And so they can afford to undertake more expensive forms of mitigation. And really the zones we're talking about, the zones are not intended to be used as absolute tools where, and I'll show you this in a second, they're not intended to be used as no-go areas. They're actually levels of effort that are used to where do we need to pay more attention when we're doing undermining investigations and design. To your specific question on zone 5, which is where some of the either steeply dipping subvertical workings are, and there's also an area of the zone 5 that has had an open pit mine within it as well, right? A surface mine that was excavated out. That tends to have a different type of influence, which I'll get Jim to describe more accurately, but it's also a more confined influence because it's limited in areal extent within it. So the zone you see on there is conservative in nature because we have not done all the drilling we'd like to do yet in that hotel and spa area, for example. And when we do more drilling in that hotel and spa area to better delineate exactly where some of these workings were, it's our anticipation that that zone will drop. And this has actually occurred now all the time since at least 1994. There was a map that was generated in 1992 for the NRCP that said, here's high constraint areas, and we need to pay more attention. One of those high constrained areas is now the area of Stewart Creek community. One of those high constrained areas is now the World Mark Hotel. And so it's not a don't go here. It's a pay a lot of attention here versus green, where there's no undermining. You don't have to pay that much attention on an undermining basis. Do the due diligence, but it's not the same level of effort as Zone 5. But Jim, would you describe how the impacts of the Zone 5 areas are different than, say, the Zone 2 areas?
Yeah, the key thing, like you said, is it's identification right now. So where we've identified these areas as being steeply dipping subvertical, that's where the actual coal seams turn vertical based on the geology of the area. And like Chris said, they're what's the word I'm looking for? Exploited in one of two ways. One is via underground workings, and the second is via open pit workings. So the amount of excavation that's happened, first of all, needs to be assessed, and then figure out what has actually occurred there, and then you can take a look at mitigation. To answer Chris's question about the impact of the vertical workings, if you can imagine, you have an area that's been mined partially or fully, that would be relatively narrow. So your impact of that is going to be effectively limited to what's directly above it. When you have something that's mined this way and has been depillated in a significant degree, you can imagine that you have a lot broader swath that could be impacted at surface. So I think that answered your question, Chris. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. And I'll further provide some additional information just to make sure that we're all on the same page about what the zones mean, because I think there was some misconceptions at time within the public hearing about the zones. Even we're on the third generation of undermining guidelines, right? The 2020 guidelines are actually the third generation of guidelines that have been published. And the first one used local expertise, the principals at Norwest, that actually developed the first set of guidelines and recognized what they actually are. Rather than being an absolute measure of where a development may or may not occur, the risk/constraint concept is used to highlight those areas of land where considerable investigation and engineering are required. This is from a peer-reviewed published paper that, we had the benefit of some of the local expertise actually putting out there to the globe, which was amazing. They noted that they were, even at the time, the first generation of undermining guidelines were likely the most comprehensive in North America. I would say that with the third generation we have now, and the benefit that we had in working with, some of the town of Canmore's engineering expertise and risk mitigation on steep creek hazards, we've now been able to even upgrade that further beyond what was in the second generation of undermining guidelines. So now risk evaluation is even more progressed than it once was. And in fact, it uses a much higher level of, much higher level of risk avoidance than the second generation and first generation guidelines did. So there's some real benefits to learning from along there. So the use of the guidelines is important, right? We have to make sure that when we're talking about zones, and I'll go back to the map, Mayor Borman. So when we're using the guidelines, we're using them as a tool to identify which areas we need to pay a lot of attention to and which areas we need to pay less attention to, not zero attention. And the red zone, as described, is really a fairly narrow band. It's less than 5% of the land area of the village area structure plan generally. But as I noted, a big part of it was a former surface mine, which we know is out there. A big part of it is some more steeply workings, which Jim has described about how they have more discrete impacts at the surface. And so finding that exact location of those workings is important. There is areas in here, you can see the main tool being used in Zone 5 is avoidance. A lot of it is within the recreational area right now. But there are portions, and we've done some very preliminary siting, of, say, some of the structures within the hotel and spa district, where don't put a building here because we think this is exactly where the end of the open pit might be, for example. And I don't know if you can see my cursor on the screen, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. So kind of in this area, there might be some open pit considerations. And so we'll have to investigate that quite thoroughly. Up here, this is probably a relatively similar, although not identical situation to what the Worldmark Hotel today was built on. If you've been to the Worldmark Hotel and you go to the back side of the property, there's a chain link fence and it's got barbed wire and signs and all that good stuff like that. And it's because behind the Worldmark Hotel, there is steep seams there. Not quite as steep as what's here, but they're steeply as well. But the green indicates land because that confined cone that Jim was describing to you earlier is perfectly safe to put a hotel building and a spa building right beside such deep workings. And then basically you're talking about crossing it with road infrastructure, which we've already done 3 times with the Parkway on similar conditions. So a bit complex. I hope that the background on what is actually intended behind the zonings was helpful and the explanation answered your question.
It certainly helped address my question, and I hope Councillor Maris, there may be related questions that come up in the next phase, but I appreciate the detail that you've shared. And Councillor McCallum, do you have a question specific to this particular
Yes,
issue?
which is why I'm rudely interjecting. I just had a question. Mr. Olenberger spoke to level 4 and 5 lands requiring more attention and more financial investment. So those being particularly expensive builds or infrastructure. And I note that the field house land is located over some of those constrained areas. And I was wondering if Mr. Olenberger could speak to that, please.
Great, and that'll take us to our first short break.
You have to give me a second. I just gotta exactly remember which parcel that is.
I'm a patient human, don't worry.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it here. Okay. I'm looking at 2 screens. So Councillor McCallum, actually, you can see my cursor. I think I asked that already, right?
I can, yeah.
Yeah. So the village center zoning one is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the indoor rec, the blue that you're referring to within the concept map is actually this parcel
Is it in
here.
green? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to tell because I think the one thing that I wish I had, remember in the 80s when you would have like the clear, you could put over top of a map and you could lay that over. Remember grade 13 geography?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and so that's the one thing that we haven't been able to do is be able to lay uses on top of each other to sort of get better clarity. So that's good information. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I'll also commit, similar to what I've shown earlier, I will make sure that we make this part of the public submission. You might just have to give me a few minutes after the session ends so that it's publicly available as well.
Great, thank you very much. So it's just about 10:30. I'll call a short break. Well, let's come back at 10:40 and resume the questions.
Thank you.
How's that? Can you hear me now? Hey, that was me, not you. See, yeah, it keeps putting me on mute automatically. Okay, that's weird.
Hi, Walter. I'm putting you on mute because we're still live streaming.
Oops.
Thanks.
Yep. Sorry.
Okay, I'll call this public hearing back to order. And just moving, well, not quite moving on, but almost moving on. Just one last question I have at this time related to the undermining, and it relates to the, or it's sparked by the recent earthquake that we experienced here in the Bow Valley. And I'm curious if one of the mining experts could speak to us about how something like that would be factored into their analyses and planning.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a brief discussion on that a little while ago, I think right around the timing of an earthquake. But Jim, Adam, are you available to help Mayor Boorman out?
There we go.
Mr.
I'm
Todd?
so unfamiliar with Zoom trying to find all my buttons. So the question is about how the earthquakes affect.
To give you some background, Jim, recently there was a minor earthquake near Banff, right? And so there was questions asked by the public about what impact does that kind of tremor have on undermining, and have you considered that within your work, or what are the impacts potentially, I think is where Mayor Boorman's trying to ask.
Sure, and you know, of course, I'm curious about possibility of an epicenter being closer to Canmore, and yeah, I just look to understand better how those possibilities would inform the undermining risk analyses.
It's a complicated question, because earthquakes, like the way that the impact of earthquakes depends on so many different factors. It depends on the magnitude of the earthquake. It depends on the depth of the epicenter. It depends on the type of earthquake, and it depends on the distance between the earthquake and the area of interest. There's been places where they've been working underground in gold mines in South Africa, for example, where they've had a rock burst, which is effectively it's a small earthquake, and in fact it was a pretty big one, and they had a significant shift where the people who were working underground on the one side did not feel anything, and they just came out and there was this piece of ground that had moved. So in this case, what I would expect from this is it would be, depending on how much vibration there is, it may just accelerate the any sort of subsidence that could happen, depending again on proximity. Adam, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi. Yeah, in terms of most earthquakes, to understand that underground facilities typically are not affected as much by the peak particle velocities and accelerations. It's mainly the surface waves, because it's an unconfined surface. So the unconfined surface, which is the actual surface itself, will actually see more undulation and more acceleration than you will see basically down below. So if you can imagine, you'll see the vibrations and you'll see the acceleration actually go around most openings. Where there will be, as Jim pointed out, where there would be potential for greater acceleration would be in areas that are close to surface, within the top 10 to 15 meters of the bedrock. Again, it is a very difficult thing to put a handle on. Those areas that we're looking at would also be considered for areas that would be potential to have sinkhole formation, which may be areas that we would look to also mitigate by using a form of backfill, either paste fill or rock fill with backfill as well. So that's basically how we consider things. Again, to understand, most earthquakes actually do cause more damage on surface than they ever do underground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when mitigation efforts are being designed, I guess part of what I'm wondering is given, I mean, I was very surprised that there was an earthquake close to Canmore. I hadn't realized that was possible, but what do I know? Yeah, what do I know? but now I know that it's possible, so I guess I would want to be reassured that albeit outside possibility would be factored into any of the work that goes into designing mitigation initiatives for any of the undermining areas.
So part of that, I think, Mayor Borman, it would be safe to say that more recent editions of the building code in Canada are more explicit about earthquake design than they once were. And actually, even though, you know, Calgary's had a couple, you've now had one near Canmore, there actually is a class of probability, and they do have to factor in acceleration of earthquakes at the structural design stage of buildings. And so when Jim and Adam and Blake work together on the undergrounding mitigation, they're looking to basically provide recommendations to, say, a structural engineer that provides the equivalency as if there was no mine beneath it, right? And I'm being very generic on this, but that's the intent. If you follow these recommendations, you may proceed with the construction of your building using structural considerations that would already account for earthquake movements as well. So I think that's where Adam and Jim are trying to do, and there is a combination. And because of that combination, I'll share that very recently on some geotechnical and undermining work, we've asked Jim, Adam, and Blake to do that as a combined whole in one firm. So these things are all thought about. Unless I missed something, Jim, Adam, that you'd add to that.
Well, the one thing to add as well is that in a lot of cases, especially for the near surface workings, the mitigation is aimed to effectively fill the void or at least minimize the void. So when you take a void that's this high and you take it down to this high, then you're going to effectively reduce any sort of surface impact of that kind of opening regardless. So it won't have as much of an impact post mitigation regardless of an earthquake or not.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Councillor Hillstead, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Mr. Ohlenberger, you stated that in the higher zone 5 areas that further investigation will most likely need to occur. Now, and you said that it will generally in the past, it's, you know, not been as bad as previously perceived. But what happens if it's way worse, or to the point where, you know, basically in that hotel district area where the 29%, I think it was, is on the zone 5. What happens if, you know, you investigated and it's way worse? Basically, it's deemed that no, commercial should not go here. Then what happens? Do we just lose all that commercial? Will that commercial move somewhere else within the plan? Or what kind of recourse do we have there?
That's an excellent question. And so I'll bring back that map back up. Hopefully it helps the explanation. And I might lean on Jim and Adam there a little bit as well. So you can see that within the hotel and spa district area, there is that swath of red. And as I described a little bit earlier, our anticipation is that swath of red, which is zone 5. The guidelines say pay more attention here. It's not a no build zone, would likely shrink. So for example, it's a level of mitigation that may be appropriate. Is it impossible to build on zone 5? The answer is no. Is it economically viable to always build on top of something like zone 5? Like say it's a steep seam, it goes down 30 meters, something like that, and a lot of the coal has been robbed, things like that. You can bridge it, and which would be done and has been done in Canmore already by basically building a bridge deck. That's what a part of the parkway is now sitting on, is basically a buried bridge deck that spans it. You and I drive over bridge decks every day, and there's nothing below those bridge decks. There's just the structural form of the concrete and rebar and everything that's actually spanning that distance of void below you and carrying you as the load across safely. So that can be done. And there's examples, say in Europe, where buildings have been built over top of rivers using bridges, right? And so you can do that. So it's not a question of all of a sudden it just goes away, but it's more of a question of, is it economically viable? So if the decision is it isn't economically viable, and I'm just looking to the map, that's why I'm not looking away, but my map's over here. If it's not economically viable, and you can see a large chunk of the hotel and spa district is actually on the green zone. So that's why I said it's it's similar, although not identical, to the conditions over by the World Mark Hotel, where we can know where we can put buildings. And if we're just crossing what is relatively a narrow band of such workings, that's more likely to put kind of buildings on either side, so to speak, and then a road would still be able to cross quite safely, and same with the infrastructure below it. And the guidelines, because of the town of Canmore's input into the guidelines, you know, they provided such that there is a level of risk. Now, there's a better slide, so I'm going to back up 2 more slides. Here we go. So the use of the guidelines and risk, right? The guidelines don't allow development on land where there's unacceptable risk. So, you know, if it's an unacceptable risk, it's not going to happen. But because of the input of the town of Canmore in the 2020 guidelines, they use different probabilities. So there's a different percentile probability used in the design for, say, landscape services, grass, parks, sidewalks, stuff like that, roads, because these things are much more flexible and easily accommodate like a little bit of movement that's usually measured in millimeters. Whereas the level of design is increased to a 95th percentile for buildings and deep utilities. And the reason I bring this up is, if we put a building on either side of that red zone that you were just looking at on there, and there's a road that needs to go over top, we still use the same equivalent value of percentile for probability for the road and the deep utilities that we would for the buildings. And this was one of the pieces of input the town of Canmore had. There is another level above that, which is 98th percentile. And this is basically correlated with the building code for places that have people that may need assistance and stuff like that in consequence. So we use 98th percentile for hospitals or extended care facilities and stuff like that. Not that I'm anticipating we're putting those anywhere near here, but there is different levels. And you can see that on this line, the risk approach is actually becoming more and more common to all geotechnical problems, not just undermining. And that the threshold of undermining of 1 in 1,000, which is the same as your Steep Creek threshold that's in your MDP that the town administration has used, is much more conservative than other risks. So there is a possibility that it may be uneconomic to put a building right on top of that zone 5, but there is lots of space on either side of it, and I'll go back to the map so you can see that again. There we go. To go on either side of it, because the purple we know how to do quite well. And as I stated earlier, we expect the red to probably narrow up and band once we've done some more geotechnical investigation to identify the actual delineation of such these things. This map is conservative, and appropriately so. Wood was appropriately so conservative to make sure that we didn't say, oh, here's a very narrow band, don't worry. We made it a wide band, exactly aligned with the guidelines, such that we pay a lot of attention and make sure that we do really good delineation and investigation. So I don't believe that there is a high risk threshold of all of a sudden we do some undermining investigation, to your question, and a whole component of the commercial goes away. You can see that the red zone of zone 5, where we got to pay a lot of attention, occupies less than 5% of the land area. And this part here, oh, that's the wrong screen. This part here is actually green space and pathways and things like that as well, right? And so the vast majority of it, and we did already talk to Wood about structures in this area, this area, this area, and this area. So we did do some preliminary work, but we have more work to do.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I have some questions, more questions about undermining. Surprise. My question has to do with liability to the town in terms of what infrastructure we take on once the development has been built. And so what you were just describing, Mr. Ohlenberger, with regards to where the Spa and Hotel District, I understand from my reading that there is a water main that goes straight through there, and it would go straight through that red zone. What happens if something occurs with that land and the town is stuck with this major water main to actually have to care for? And how does the developer propose to ensure that those kinds of utilities don't end up being a liability against the municipality and ultimately Alberta taxpayers?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I might, if you, I hear you accepted me as human previously, so give me 2 seconds to bring something up on the
Yep.
screen.
We have the whole day.
I have the whole day, yes.
No, we have the whole day.
I do as well. So,
Yes.
so I'm going to bring up a different form, and indulge me a little bit, but I think it will be helpful. So I brought up just a very simple Google Map image because your question has actually been undertaken in the past for this exact same type of reason. Although I will state from the beginning, under these new set of guidelines, the risk threshold to the town is now much lower than it once was. So in the first generation of undermining guidelines in this area, and it's approximate, you actually do have a water main that actually crosses some fairly shallow workings in a tunnel right now. And so this was recognized by Norwest when they were still building the actual parkway back in the mid 90s, that there is a potential here. This water main's important. It's critical infrastructure. What do we do to protect it? So this particular water main is actually supported by a concrete beam. So much like the bridge analogy where I was talking with Councillor Hillstad about buildings and bridges and how we carry loads across voids, this particular section of water main here has been carried across this particular aspect because it's a beam. We want to make sure that no matter what's happening underneath in the mine, there's a beam here that actually carries that water main. So that's one example. Another example that's actually even probably more crucial, not that town of Canmore infrastructure is less crucial than others, but in this area here, and I'm being somewhat generic because I don't have the exact coordinates on Google Earth, but there is a section of the buried power lines. So there's two 138 kilovolt power lines buried in this area. That was done in the mid 2000s. In addition to that, two 138 kilovolt power lines, there's a 25 kilovolt power line. They are encased in a concrete duct bank. And instead of it being like a typical duct bank where it's just got plastic tubes and the wires run through it and we put it in concrete, and the only reason that you have the concrete in standard duct banks is to prevent accidental excavation by somebody trying to plant a tree. This one is actually structurally reinforced and again acts as a giant bridge or beam. So it actually crosses some of the steeply workings in this area. And there's water main crossings in this area that actually go over top of undermining as well. But this was mitigated mainly through pasting and backfilling. But we can span key utilities using beams, and we have done that in several areas of Three Sisters today. So if we were to look at that map again, and now I'll go back to that. There we go. It's a fairly discrete area and it's known. So if we did have that level of infrastructure concern, we can certainly provide that level of protection again. But the key aspect to it that I think I would iterate, instead of saying, here's the exact solution, we're going to figure out that exact solution. But the town of Canmore, and we've had similar discussions on other pieces of infrastructure elsewhere, now that we've got the updated 2020 guidelines, as a landowner, right? As a landowner, they can say, so you're mitigating it to the same level of safety as buildings, that 95th percentile. Good. Show me you're doing that. Good. Okay. Well, maybe I want to protect it a little bit more because it's super key. And we can have that conversation. That's perfectly fine. If there is a piece of infrastructure, the town says, even with the same level of protection, the 1 in 100,000 that we use for steep creeks, and we're still worried, well, we could turn it into a piece of private infrastructure relatively easily, right? We have done that, say in examples like there's some developments within the Three Sisters Ridge area that use that tool set so that the homeowners association take on the risk for their roads and sewers and things like that, hydrants versus the town of Canmore. So there's a number of different ways we can address such a question.
Perfect. Another question that you would have heard, as did I through the public hearing, was about undermining and the ability for homeowners to receive home insurance. And home insurance, not just specific to the home, but to anything that might occur, I guess, and extended through the undermining should anything fail. I was wondering if there is any work that's been done to confirm or deny that one would be able to get, assuming that one had good credit and all those things, that they would be able to get home insurance.
Thank you for the question, Councilor McCullum.
So, and I guess, and by extension, sorry, an extension, I'm guessing condominium associations being able to get their own insurance as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. That's quite appropriate. I'm going to see what slide I'm on and then move one. There we go.
We still see your map there, Mr. Ollenberger.
Oh, do you? Thank you for identifying that. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. So Councilor McCullum, I will shift my TSMV hat off a little bit and talk about a builder project that I recently undertook called Courtyard, which is up in the Stewart Creek area and is sitting on top of 2 mines in the Stewart Creek area. It's at the base of the hill where the Stewart Creek Clubhouse sits. We did investigate, on wearing that hat, is there an issue with us getting insurance on this project? We're sitting on top of 2 mines. We have an undermining report. Here's all this good stuff like that. And we have a structural engineer that's designed the foundations, because that particular project required structural mitigation. It has basically a thick raft slab foundation. The only questions the insurance company asked were, has it been designed by professional engineers? Do you have a stamped report? Has it been done by accepted practice? Are you following the guidelines? When the answer was yes across the board, there was no issue for the insurance company. They kept on going and said, we'll happily insure it for course of construction, general liability, and the homeowners that are in that project have also been able to obtain homeowners insurance, like you said, based on their own personal circumstances as well. It was the same for a project in Three Sisters Ridge called Raven Rock. That one sits on top of some fairly shallow mine workings. And again, we asked that question as the builder, is there an issue here? And the answer was no. So the key consideration is there's so many professionals involved in building structures, whether it's mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, geotechnical engineers, structural engineers, all of them carrying a design never to eliminate risk, right? Nobody does that on any kind of building design for any purpose. Doesn't matter where it is in North America, but has it been done by qualified professionals to accepted industry practices and in accordance with the engineering guidelines specific to the area? And if the answer is yes, they will insure it, right? They're not looking to try and find weasel clauses, for example. But if you don't do your homework, like, you know, you're up in Rundleview, and I'm going to use that as an example, as it didn't have the benefit of the undermining guidelines, that might be a tougher area. Whether or not an insurance company has asked that question is a different question, right? Have they done their homework? I don't know if they have. I can't speak to that. But because that particular area, and not like some of the houses there, but like the undeveloped portions of Rundleview, and everybody said, oh, there's something going on here, and this was pre the undermining guidelines, that might be a harder question, right? If you haven't done the homework, if you haven't followed the guidelines, that could be more difficult. And I think it was somewhat in that light, but not directly, why the town incorporated within their planning policy framework the same type of requirements. They basically carbon copied the requirements of undermining reports outside of the designated area. As you likely know, the undermining guidelines basically only apply to Three Sisters, but they don't apply to anything prior to the 1997 guidelines being approved by the province. So outside of those areas, and there's other areas in Canmore that are undermined outside of Three Sisters where the guidelines do not apply, the town in their most recent updates in their planning framework made it a requirement of, even though you're not in the designated area, we want you to follow the same steps. Show us you've done the same homework. Show us you've done the same investigation. Follow the same steps before we move forward on anything from a building and development permit. And I think that was prudent of the town.
Okay. Thank you. I will defer to my colleagues if they have any questions. I'd like to move on to another topic, but I don't know if any of my colleagues are ready to move there or not.
Yeah, I'll move us along and introduce.
Oh, Councillor Sanford has a question, Your Worship.
And I'm controlling the meeting, Councillor. Councillor Sanford, is your question related to the discussion that we've been having around
Yes,
undermining?
Undermining.
Okay, then please go ahead.
So before we move on, could I just ask this one question? Interesting that you brought up the what was determined in it was Rundleview, right? That had undermining, but they chose to avoid the areas that were in question. In the report, this was raised during the public hearing. In the Wood report, there is a statement on page 6 that said, Wood recommends avoidance of the development of structures within Zone 5 as a primary means of mitigation at this time, and that ASP policy be written to reflect avoidance at this time. So in their report, they did recommend avoidance, but as we see, there are structures that are posed for in Zone 5. So could somebody from Wood speak to that?
Absolutely. And we might have a little bit of follow-up from Jessica as well.
Mr.
Todd.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. I think the key phrase in that one is at this time. With more information comes more knowledge, better understanding, and better ability to determine what is actually possible in terms of mitigation.
I'll add to that, Councillor Sanford, and say one of the big changes that occurred from the 1997 guidelines to the 2020 guidelines, and again, this was with the input of the town of Canmore, it's more aligned with planning framework steps. So what the report that you have in front of you is suitable for an area structure plan. This is about where we're thinking of putting some things. And so as we discussed earlier, we have a very conservative map that says, here's where we need to pay more attention and here's where we need to pay less attention according to the guidelines, and we zoned them appropriately. But then there's additional steps in the guidelines, right? There's a land use / subdivision level report that would be forthcoming. So as Jim just described, more investigation, narrow the band, exact the focus, that occurs again at land use and subdivision. And there's even a further report, should it be required, and probably would be in some of these areas, at development permit, right? And so at each step, the report gets more and more and more precise, and more work is done. And this was something that wasn't in the 1997 guidelines because it just didn't align that way, but it's been updated in full in the 2020 guidelines so that as you provide more planning certainty, you're also providing more technical certainty. So this report would not be appropriate to use for let's position a building and say this is all good. The first thing that Wood would say, I'll tell you right now, is, oh no, you need to do way more investigation. Even if it is green or not, we need to make sure, right? So there's those layers of reports that are forthcoming that follow up and make sure that the question you're asking is addressed.
Okay, and could I ask one more question about mitigation to Wood?
Go ahead.
On page 46 of your report, there are a couple of maps, and they show recreational mitigation versus development mitigation. What are the comparisons cost-wise to mitigate for recreation versus development? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think it depends on the level of risk. So for development, your risk is certainly higher because you're putting a structure on it. So you want to make sure that you have done sufficient mitigation to prevent damage to a structure or design the structure to accommodate any sort of deformation. When you're doing recreational, typically it's either it's a trail or, for example, or a field where anything, any sort of impact from undermining on that is a lot different from what it would be for a building, for example.
I'll add to that a little bit, Councillor Sanford, just learning from experience, right? There is a map in the Wood undermining report that identifies locations of shafts, for example, where they've been, here's a shaft. I think there's about 8. I don't have the exact number in the top of my head, but it's in that ballpark. And we've actually had a specific conversation about shafts with the town of Canmore, i.e., we're not going to put a path right on top of these the way that we did in another location in Canmore, are we? And the answer, of course, was no, we aren't. And there was some difficulties with the Durgas Gate shaft, of course. But one of the things that happened to the Durgas Gate shaft, it worked, right? I know that people are unhappy about the fact that a pathway collapse happened, but the intent of the engineering, i.e., are the structures far enough away? Can anybody physically get hurt? Is it possible for somebody to fall into one of these things? All those questions were no. The buildings were pushed back. We knew there was a shaft. Well, it was a previous engineering group that couldn't quite locate it. So they made sure there was a wide safety margin for structures. Happily, the shafts that are in the resort center are much more well-known and precisely identified. In fact, they've been photographed for almost 30 years now. And you can, if you're careful, you can walk out and see them because you'll kind of see a bit of a square, and sometimes they got a little bit of greener grass or a bit of a depression on them, because most of them have just been backfilled for public safety purposes, i.e. somebody can walk over top with their dog and not be hurt. But that's not the same level of that would be okay for purposes of somebody randomly walking within 500 meters of their home. That's okay. But if you're actually going to use it for recreation purposes, put a pathway on top, things like that, the level of probability and assessment that's in the 2020 guidelines is much different than it was in 1997. And that's as a result of the learnings of Durgas Gate.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there's any further exploration on this specific issue, I'll move along a bit.
Mayor Borman, I did forget to identify that I think one of our specialists is not available in the afternoon. So if there's a line of inquiry that involves, Jess, remind me, I think it's Pierce.
Yes, if there are any questions on the municipal fiscal impact assessment and or any analysis as a result of the MFIA, if council could ask those questions now when we have that subject matter expertise available, that would be much appreciated.
Great, thanks for flagging that. So I'll look to the rest of council to see if there are questions that would best be answered by the fiscal analysis. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Is Mr. Shuchuk there?
I believe he is.
Yes, okay. In your report, you identified that the mill rates went down in 2020. Were you aware that council had adjusted our tax requisition for 2020 back to the 2019 levels due to COVID?
Are you referring to section 4 of the report? I think where we note the the mill rates in 2019 and then say that the 2020 bylaw had shown them dropping a little bit.
Right.
At the time of the writing, that was the information that we had.
Okay.
So this report was prepared.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you didn't have the year-end financials, but you would have had the 2020 budget to assess, because that comes out before we put the mill rate into purpose, right?
Yes, that's right. We choose to work from audited financial statements for this type of work, which is why we didn't base things on the 2020 budget.
Right. So when you noted a drop in mill rate, it was actually not because of development, it was because of motion by council.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, great, thank you.
At times, the mill rates change because of the impact of new development, though. There's more ratepayers, so it can affect the mill rates in that way. Just as an observation. Are there any other questions then for Mr. Shuchuk this morning? See none. If something pops up after Mr. Shuchuk has left us. Perhaps one of the others could take a stab at an answer.
We'll certainly do our best, Mayor Borman. I just wanted to make sure you had the expertise available when he was
Great.
available if you did have questions.
Thank you very much.
If I could add, first of all, thank you for accommodating my scheduling restrictions. If there is an urgent matter that arises this afternoon, Jessica, I believe, has my contact information. If you could give me a bit of a heads up, I should be able to wiggle my way out of the other commitment for a few moments and come and have a quick chat.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that opportunity.
Take care.
You as well. Just going to transition the line of thought a little bit with a fairly simple question, but it may lead into longer discussion. So in thinking about the well-identified need for us to manage the human-wildlife interface more effectively here in the Bow Valley, and we've often identified the fact that well, the town doesn't have the resources and the province isn't providing the necessary resources. I'm curious to know if Three Sisters has had any discussions with the province regarding this clearly identified need for the province to provide more resources to manage the human-wildlife interface in the valley. And if Three Sisters hadn't had that conversation with the province, is that something that TSMV would commit to taking a lead on?
So thank you for the question, Mayor Borman. I think it's a challenging one. You've identified it as a bit of a long-standing issue, and one of the challenges that's current with enforcement in good portions of the wildlife corridor is that they actually are on top of private property at this point, right? Three Sisters has given up over 60% of its private land holdings for approved provincial wildlife corridors. However, because it's privately owned, the province doesn't have the ability to really go in there and do enforcement on that level. And, without us phoning the town, they don't really do that either, right? And so that's an issue. So one of the things that we're looking to do to resolve that issue, which we have discussed with the province, is to do a land swap such that the province becomes the owner and custodian of the lands within the wildlife corridors. This then gives them the ability to have this jurisdiction to do enforcement within the wildlife corridors that they do not currently have on private property. I would also invite Kyle to talk about fencing and the likely outcome that the amount of enforcement or incursion management due to wildlife will probably be reduced versus other scenarios. And Kyle, maybe I'll just stop right there and let you talk about that if you don't mind.
Sure, thanks. Thanks very much, Chris. And thank you, Mayor Borman, for the question. So what we did with our EIS was we evaluated potential impacts of the Three Sisters developments on adjacent wildlife corridors, and also the potential for wildlife incursion within the development areas, and sort of looked at a business as usual case in our assessment, where we evaluated what happens if we don't mitigate or apply additional mitigation to the project. And in that case, we determined that you would see a lot of incursions from wildlife into developed areas, especially in places where there was green space. And that similarly, you would see in a business as usual type scenario, you would see a lot of people moving into wildlife corridors, not only on designated trails, but also trails that exit from their backyards and other places into the wildlife corridor. And so the design of mitigation that we've proposed, which includes fencing, but goes beyond fencing to also incorporate a pretty heavy, we're recommending a pretty heavy engagement and education program, is actually intended to bring the number of conflicts down and the amount of enforcement down. Now, enforcement is still identified as a very important component of the mitigation suite. So we think, that will be necessary, and that falls to the province when it comes to wildlife and the town when it comes to municipal regulations. Enforcement will remain an important component, but the intent of the suite of mitigation that we've proposed is to help bring down the burden.
Okay, appreciate those answers. Doesn't make me feel any better, but I mean, it's an ongoing issue, and it's not directly related to development on Three Sisters lands, although that's, I guess, a factor. But we know from experience that the provincial resources to help deal with wildlife issues are almost non-existent. And good example is during calving season, when we have a lot of calves, or often have calves dropped adjacent to a popular trail in Canmore, and you phone the number and you get one person in Drumheller who says, I'm the only person and I can't go there. And this isn't Three Sisters issue. I appreciate that. This is much broader issue, but we've been trying for years to have the province provide better resources in the Bow Valley, recognizing that the population is growing and the use of the lands in the valley are growing. And the province is very supportive of that growth. Part of it's attributed to, or it's part of their vision for doubling the revenue in the tourism economy. And everybody knows this, so I needn't go on, but clearly the voice of the town of Canmore hasn't been strong enough to poke the province into recognizing that they have a responsibility here. And I think that the private sector may have a strong voice in this conversation. And I guess I looked at the Three Sisters to work with the town to promote that need and get some action from the province in the Bow Valley.
I would agree with you, Mayor Borrowman. I think we can be strong partners in that. And I think you'll recall that one of the recommendations in the 2020 Wildlife Corridor approval was that Three Sisters become a part of the roundtable. The exact format of how that roundtable occurs to be determined, and we would look to the town to take the lead on that. Maybe it's a subcommittee or something like that. We can figure that out, absolutely. But we also recognize that, similar to how the town of Canmore approaches most bylaw infractions, right? The first step isn't usually enforcement. The first step is usually education. The first step is trying to cajole people to do the right thing, all those good things like that. And so, as Kyle just discussed, the EIS identifies a suite of mitigations, that we can do because, as you know, under the Wildlife Act, only the province can enforce certain things with respect to that. So greater education, better opportunities for recreation within the communities, right? Provide spaces for off-leash dog use. This is part of the aspects that we identify within ESP and the EIS. And that hard edge, so that people, one of the outcomes of that hard edge or offense is it's really hard for them to say, well, I didn't know I was in a corridor. I didn't know I couldn't have my off-leash dog here. I didn't know I could build a pirate trail, couldn't build a pirate trail here. I just took one apart last week, full on Three Sisters property, dead center of the corridor up by the reservoir, that had snowboard rails fully constructed, shovels, chairs, all kinds of stuff. So we do have to do a better job together as a community on that aspect. And that's why there's a monitoring and adaptive management plan also recommended by Golder and MSIS to address some of these things. But to your point, I agree with you. Three Sisters can be a partner in that kind of forum to, get that enforcement level increase and that discussion happening better. I'm fully prepared to sit with you at that table.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I think that's all I can ask of Three Sisters at this time. Now I'm looking again to council to see if there's another line of thought or a question to be raised. I'm sure there is. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor Borman, and thank you for bringing that important question forward, as that was first part of my question that I have. The second part is regarding the fence. If the town of Canmore chose not to take on the fence's infrastructure, what long-term plan would Three Sisters Mountain Village have to maintain it or to mitigate it if it needed to be changed?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mira. Let me just, from current slide, I might need to stop this share and pick a different screen. I think that's where I went wrong last time. So definitely there are alternatives. In fact, initially when we first talked about the fence with the town administration, there were questions posed by, we had suggested that maybe it be part of a homeowners association or similar. And I think we even heard that suggestion during the public hearing. You know, but then it becomes private property. And we have heard concerns from town administration, although they've made no decision. I'm not trying to say that they said thou shalt, but they had concerns about ongoing maintenance and other considerations if it was on private property. This is definitely an opportunity that we could review further with the town administration. Three Sisters is certainly open to that discussion. You know, perhaps there's an amendment we could work on together in that tool to make sure it. Not sure that an ASP is intended to address long-term, you know, this is the best tool to direct this issue, but it could be a tool to at least start that conversation. That's something we could work on with the administration as well. So I think there are different model opportunities that we would be willing to explore if necessary. I would agree that the town administration likely has some valid concerns if it was private property. You know, if it's a town piece of infrastructure, the town's in full control. You know, they can close a gate, they can say, we're going to repair it to this level, we're going to do this many walks. Whereas if it's owned by, say, a homeowners association, which again, we're open to, but now it's the town making a call saying, hey, did you know there's a section of the fence? Can you get somebody out there? When are you going to do it? Now we're going to do follow-up and all those good things like that. So there's a number of different considerations, but we're open to having that discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking to councillors for questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'll just stay on the human wildlife conflict theme. That seems to be working out well. We heard through the public hearing questions about when the corridor that was just announced last year will be formally established or legally protected, or whatever term we would like to use. When is it expected that might happen, Mr. Ohlenberger?
Thank you for the question, Councillor McCallum. So in our minds, it's established. There's a map that says this is where it is. It's on all of our planning documents. You have seen that reflected within the area structure plan, which would of course be yet another tool that recognizes that. If you wanted a different level of certainty, I think is the way I'll phrase it. One of the tools that was used in the past is, you know, there's a conservation easement put on it. So now it is done, quote, quote. But in this case, we're looking to actually do land transfers with the province of Alberta such that they can acquire ownership of those lands. We're using the boundaries of the wildlife corridor to define what that land ownership transfer would look like. And so I see it as a level of stages. In our minds, we are using it as an approved wildlife corridor. We're done. We understand it. We know where it is. We've surveyed it. We've got it on all our documents. The only question that we have about it right now is when we have a conceptual approval of the underpass proposed at the Trans-Canada Highway in the Smith Creek area, then we would remove from our map the existing, you know, wildlife corridor that leads to the existing underpass. Nothing will change. It's clear in the ASP documents that until that's built, nothing will change, right? It has to be in place before you would proceed with that one phase of the Smith Creek area structure plan. The structure has to physically be there, not just be we've got a piece of paper approval. It has to physically be there. So I think it's a staged process. In my mind and in Three Sisters' mind, the wildlife corridor is approved. We're respecting that boundary and we're using that boundary. The next layer of certainty in terms of how can we make sure that we don't have a private entity trying to revisit it again, I would say probably within a year or so. We had identified with the province when the wildlife corridor was done that it would be a couple of years, although they are, you know, they're ready to do that. They're in the process of doing that. As you can imagine, it's a little bit of a slow process. They've got to do appraisals. They've got to go through a bunch of reviews. They have to also do some consultation with other entities within their department because we've identified pieces of land we would get in return. They're much smaller, right? The amount of land that Three Sisters is providing is much bigger, but like say there's a piece by the northwest corner of the existing four-way stop at Three Sisters Boulevard and Three Sisters Parkway. About half of that is Crown land, and that's one of the parcels we've identified with them. So it's a process, but I think the letter of the 2020 wildlife corridor approval carefully outlines that process and how it would undertake. So my question is, it's a level of certainty. I would think it's all dusted and done when the lands are in the ownership of the province for sure. But in terms of respecting it and using it for planning decisions, we're there today.
Okay. And so you've just brought me to another question. So these exchanges of Crown lands, will there be an opportunity for the public to provide input to the province on their feelings about Crown land exchanges, et cetera? And will the Stonies be involved in that since it's a provincial process?
I do understand that the Stonies are involved in that provincial process. I do not know if the public has a say in Crown land exchanges. From my experience, although some of the regulations have changed, in previous land exchanges that Three Sisters has already done, I think we've done it about 3 times in the past. The public has not had an opportunity to say, oh, we don't want you to transfer this piece of interchange to Three Sisters. We don't like that idea. I haven't seen that before, but yes, I do know that they do plan on doing engagement with the Stoney Nakoda on that. That is part of their process.
So we should probably, residents, if they have concerns over that, should contact their MLA to start, perhaps?
If they had concerns about the land by the interchange?
Just understanding.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That would be where I would direct them to Councillor McCallum.
Yeah. And I asked this question in first reading and I'll ask it again. The new wildlife underpass, is it expected to be built prior to any development within those subdivisions, proposed subdivisions?
So there's 2 steps to that. Three Sisters is funding and would fund the design, the approvals, and construction of that underpass. However, if Smith Creek area structure plan for whatever reason not move forward, then there would be no need to go put in that underpass, so to speak.
Right.
Not a great outcome, I think, from Three Sisters' point of view, but I think an understandable one that we wouldn't go and fund one and then not have land to develop around it to pay for that infrastructure. So, but your answer, should the ASP be approved by council? Yes, the underpass would be funded and built by Three Sisters before the nearby phases of Smith Creek was built. If you had asked me, could we build something at Dead Man's Flats, in that area, say part of the quarry area, there isn't really a need to build the underpass first there, but there's that pod of residential located to the west, and there's residential located to the east of that. Of course, absolutely.
Gotcha. Thank you. I think that's all I have right now about wildlife, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Did I see your hand up earlier, Councillor Comfort? Did you have a question in mind?
I do. I just wondered if I had done some reading about wildlife fences in Oregon and in Colorado. Is there anywhere that they've been shown to work really well?
I'm going to defer that question to Kyle, if you don't mind, Councillor Comfort.
Sure, and thank you for the question, Councillor Comfort. They have been shown to be extremely successful, I think, as you know, on highways and in a few places for communities. And the example that I'm most familiar with is in Jackson, where they use a wildlife fence immediately adjacent to the community. And they use that to prevent elk incursions into the community, and it has been a successful endeavor. So yes, there are many examples of successful applications of fencing. And so is there more to your question specifically?
No, and I had read the hard edge, soft edge, but it doesn't seem to be, I don't know, maybe it's just me. It seems a little anecdotal. It isn't really, hard science. And that we heard at the public hearing that there's a lot of uncertainty about this. It's not seen as a good, a viable solution. So, hence my hesitation.
Well, so there certainly is some uncertainty about that. So the application in this specific way, the way we're suggesting it's used here, is certainly new in the Bow Valley, although there are fencing applications elsewhere up by Lake Louise and other places, campgrounds and things like that have also been successful. But we certainly acknowledge that in a community context like Canmore, this is new and there is uncertainty, and we've flagged that in our environmental impact statement. We think that the potential benefits of the fence far outweigh the potential risks. And that's particularly true because at the end of the day, if the fencing for some reason causes surprising adverse outcomes, it could be removed. However, as I mentioned, the benefits are substantial, both in terms of incursions into town by wildlife. And so right now, if you look at the available data from the province, they're showing the highest conflict rates for bears, for example, and this is all in the EIS, occur in established communities within Canmore. So that's where they have the highest conflict rates. So by preventing those incursions, and we would still see some incursions even with a fence, but what we expect is a dramatic reduction in incursions. That has some important benefits. And similarly, by providing opportunity for access only at designated trails and education materials, we think there's great potential for this to help, to help achieve better human use of wildlife corridors that's more consistent with existing legislation.
Thank you for that answer. It is to be hoped. I mean, experience shows that people, residents of Canmore and visitors, really don't follow the guidelines. They really don't seem to respect where they're not supposed to go. And I don't know if we'll ever achieve any kind of better success rate with that. It is to be hoped, I suppose, that people will do the right thing to protect the animals. I had another question, but it's gone. It just ran right out of my head as I looked at your face. I apologize.
I'll give you a few moments to think about that as I ask a follow-up.
Oh, I know. I got it.
Okay.
So I wondered if there's like a schedule on the fencing for the monitoring to make if you have a certain result that's negative or positive, that you then have future monitoring schedules because of those results.
Yeah, so that all has to be worked out as part of the development of the monitoring and adaptive management plan. And so those details of what the targets would be and what the responses would be to, well, let me back up a second. So the way that basically uncertainty is addressed is you identify the key elements of uncertainty that we're worried about. We work through the data that need to be in place prior to the development of Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek. We have some of those data already available through the province. And then from there, we figure out what the thresholds would be beyond which you've identified a problem and you start seeking solutions through adaptively managing fence design elements or other aspects of the suite of mitigation that we've flagged. So there would need to be those thresholds established. They are not yet. They have not yet been established.
If I could add to that, and actually I'll ask Jess to add to that, because Jess, recognizing that some of this detail was to come, I believe you have policies in ESP about timing and fencing and monitoring. Could you talk to Councillor Comfort about that?
Sure, thanks for the opportunity, Councillor Comfort. So the monitoring and adaptive management plan is required to come at the first conceptual scheme that moves forward with the area structure plan. And it's within that document and conceptual scheme, just so the audience and council is aware, conceptual scheme is a council approval, is within council's approval purview. And so we would be, as the TSMV, coming forward with the first conceptual scheme to council with a number of these reports and items worked out in the next stage of the process. And so the monitoring and adaptive management plan is part of the next step in documentation to flesh out details on the wildlife fence. But within the Three Sisters Village area structure plan, we have a requirement to have the fence in its entirety go up and begin monitoring. And monitoring needs to commence prior to construction in the first phase. And so we've already fleshed out that one, that fence needs to go up, and we need to start establishing and monitoring how that works within the context of the development. And then two, we're phasing that development in such a way to make sure that we're in alignment with the environmental impact statement. And then three, we have an adaptive management plan that is moving forward to identify the thresholds that were predicted in the EIS, and as to how we're going to monitor for those different predictions and ensure that we're working within that realm. And so that is what is actually established within the monitoring and adaptive management plan. Does that help?
Yeah, and I just added the conceptual scheme that you referenced, Jess, so you could see that there's still multiple council decisions to follow this process.
Yes, and if you could go to the next slide, which I know has more detail as to what is required in the conceptual scheme, just to give council the magnitude of information that will be coming in at that next step. I think it's really important that, the amount of detail as we progress through the planning and development process gets more and more refined as we get to, say, a development permit level. But at conceptual scheme, what we're trying to do is tie the proposed land use to the future subdivision. And we're providing all of the information that comes at that next step, and that includes the monitoring and adaptive management plan, another wildfire risk assessment, more detail on Steep Creek. So all of these different items are all identified through the area structure plans and when they will be coming.
I'm just going to, thanks for that, Ms. Carpat. I want to, there's a couple of thoughts related to what Mr. Knopf was addressing to Esme's, Councillor Comfort's questions, and I just wanted to get those out. But I did have questions around the monitoring and adaptive management plan as well. So the fencing near Jackson, as has been stated in the past, is serving quite a different purpose than the proposed exclusionary fencing here in the Bow Valley. And so we understand that it's a different, the fence is different in nature than what's being proposed here. But it also, when talking about defense, it brings me back to an earlier question, which is around resources to manage the impact to the municipality of wildlife incursion. And firstly, we were talking about education of humans to reduce the amount of incursion into the wildlife areas, and I know education is always held up as a tool. I have very limited confidence in education. Just I've become a little jaded because I've seen very little response from the public in regards to the education we've done for years about respecting the identified wildlife spaces. Regardless, with the fence, with the exclusionary fence in place, what resources will we have readily available to manage incursions within the fence? So the bear gets inside the ASP area. There's no wildlife management officers within 100 kilometers or whatever. How would you suggest that we plan for managing that possibility?
So there's, that's a great question, Mayor Borman. And we do expect that some incursions into the fence will occur. So if you look at the highway fencing, it is extremely effective at preventing most incursions, but occasionally animals do end up on the wrong side of the fence and they need to be removed. And so we have some design elements worked into the fence. So there will be gates that can be opened to permit removal of wildlife, and those will be placed at regular intervals along the fence. And there also will be some jump outs that will allow for some wildlife to move out of the developed area on their own. But we expect that in some instances, and a great example is a bear that's in amongst houses, those animals would need to be actively removed. And what happens today in Canada is that the province is out very regularly, actually, removing or dealing with animals, not always removing them, sometimes actively removing them, other times coming to check out a particular situation. But we actually expect that with the fence, the number of incursions and the number of instances that will need to be responded to should decline.
I would think so. Yeah, that's certainly a fair point. I'm not going to belabor this because it's more a provincial resource issue than Three Sisters, and it relates to all of the human wildlife management coexistence that we're trying to implement here in the Bow Valley. But I appreciate that input, Mr. Knopp. Councillor Sandford, if you have something on this specific issue.
Yes, I do, Mayor Barman. Thank you. In regards to monitoring, what has been taking place on Three Sisters land, say in the last 10 years, to monitor and to determine that there is significant incursion of human use?
Great question.
To go to you, Kyle, anyway. So
do you want me to? Yeah, okay,
absolutely.
I can take that one. So there's been an awful lot of data collected primarily using remote cameras. So these are those cameras that Three Sisters has set up for many years, up until, I believe, Chris, that program ended in 2016 or 2017. And there also are provincial cameras that have been set up throughout the Bow Valley. And so these are really useful tools because they monitor both wildlife, but also human use. So we can look at the amount of human use and the type of human use. And as this is all laid out in the EIS documents, and so you can go there for more details, but we find that there are significant incursions into those existing approved wildlife corridors under existing conditions adjacent to development. And the curve that we show is actually that, the closer you are to buildings, the use on a trail, either designated or undesignated, increases substantially. And then that curve decreases as you move further away from the built up areas. There's a few trails that still see very high use, even far away from built up areas. But if you look at our EIS, you'll be able to see that curve. And we would expect, without mitigation, that we would see a very similar curve occur in the future. So if you continue to build projects and new communities within Canmore, and you do it in a way that's very similar to how those communities have been built to date, so without something changing, we would expect very similar incursion rates. And that's why we have that whole suite of mitigation that we've proposed.
Kyle, was this also documented in the human use management report a few years back?
Yeah, some of it is at the broader scale within the Bow Valley. It absolutely is, and those come from those broader. There's cameras that the province has deployed throughout the Bow Valley, show very similar results to what our EIS shows at that local scale. But the detailed information at a more local scale are available in the EIS document.
Worse at times, Councillor Sandford, all you got to do is go on Strava, and you can see a number of tourists and residents that are happily mapping the trails they're walking in the wildlife corridors today. So I think there's a variety of sources of data showing that it's an issue. Oh, thank you, Jessica. Yes, that's a useful slide.
What does it show us?
Okay, I can express this. So this is coming from our EIS. What Jess is showing here is these are cameras. You can see these are cameras that were deployed for shorter periods. So you can see that we have the little black dots are cameras where no human use was detected. The sort of salmon-y colored dots show human use, and then the size of the dot shows the amount of human use. And looking immediately adjacent to existing developments is where you're going to see those largest dots, although you also see that on some of the designated trails, like you can see the Highline Trail here with quite a lot of use. So yeah, that's what these are the data that I was speaking to earlier that I'm using, and they extend across the entire Three Sisters property out to the Thunderstone Quarry.
And did you say it went up to 2016?
Yeah, these are up to 2016. It was either 2016 or maybe up to the beginning of 2017, this program.
I think it was 2017, and we had a multi-year program, and it's still ongoing, as you noted, Kyle, through the province even today.
Was this data incorporated into the report that I recall Melanie Percy presented to council several years ago?
I believe those data, Mayor Borman, are the provincial data that.
Yeah.
The results, though, are quite similar between the two studies.
They were using their own data and not using your data.
Although they do have access to these data, so they may have been integrated. One of the things the provincial data do that will benefit us in the long run when it comes to understanding and establishing change over time is that they have cameras that are much more long-term in terms of the duration at any given location. So we have multiple years, and so you can track change over time.
Right.
Data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to talk a bit more about the monitoring and adaptive management plan. So how would the development as set out in the ASPs be modified as experience is gained through the monitoring and adaptive management plan? And what sort of timeline would you envision within the proposed phasing to allow for adequate monitoring of a phased build out? So, well, I think you get the sense of my question. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think we'll start with Jessica on that, because I know that there's a number of aspects that outlined already in the ASP policy, and then she can lean on Kyle where appropriate.
Thanks, Mayor Borman, for that question. So within the implementation section of the area structure plan, we talk about how adaptive management would be managed through the area structure plan. So we have implementation items, and then we also have policy items which kind of govern how the EIS will be implemented over time. So with regards to, how adaptive management can apply to the development over time, we have 3 different policies that apply to that. So one, we would be the monitoring and adaptive management plan would respond to monitoring and work with the province and the town to respond to the existing mitigations in place and adapt them as required. And so, say for instance, if we're seeing that the education and enforcement combination is not yielding the type of results that we're hoping to see, say for instance, making sure that people are abiding by the rules within the wildlife corridor, then we would work with the province and the municipality to determine, okay, do we increase education efforts? Do we look at a better way in which to give more power to the enforcement? Do we look at shutting down some of the trails or putting temporary time restrictions on those trails to see if we can get better enforcement? There could be a number of different adaptations applied as we work with the province and the town to apply those. Say, for instance, if we're seeing as the development progresses, the development, there's something within the development that needs to change in order to respond to what we're seeing on the ground. There is that ability within the area structure plan policy to rearrange some of the components of the area structure plan in order to adapt. So perhaps say, if we needed to reconfigure a certain different building form, say in phase 5, we needed to reconfigure the building form in order for it to be arranged in a different way. We can do that. That policy is within the area structure plan and able to be done. The only thing we're saying within the plan area that would be difficult to move is the village center, and I would say the innovation district. As Chris had previously said, that's been placed for very specific reasons in its location for undermining reasons, and it is a pretty core feature to the commercial area, for economic diversification. So, but the areas around can be adapted and reconfigured within the footprint.
Yeah, I'd probably add to that, Mayor Borman, that this, of course, is all subject to council approvals at different stages. At each conceptual scheme, at each subdivision, you get to ask this question and make sure that we're Three Sisters is following up in the direction we're discussing here.
And that's sort of the thread that I wanted to pull on is the, I guess, the timing or expected amount of time between different phases. So, in looking at the phasing map, map 22, clearly the first few phases are on the northern half of the ASP area. And the proposed phasing that's closer to the fencing that's proposed. I'm curious, I'm not sure how much time might elapse between, the phase 1, 2, and 3 area development and the 2B, 4, 5, in order to give us all opportunity to really have confidence in the effectiveness or the functionality of the proposed exclusionary fencing.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to address that question. It's a great point. So as you recognize, area structure plans are long-term documents. Probably one of the worst things you can do with an area structure plan is say, let's have one in place for 2 years and then we'll redo it again and we'll redo it again. It just, like, area structure plans are not bite-sized documents. Conceptual schemes, land uses, subdivisions, they're bite-sized, but the area structure plan guides the outline of those. Obviously, the first phases of the village, and I'll use the village as an example, although acknowledging there's 2 area structure plans, we need to tie into the Three Sisters Parkway. We need to tie into existing utilities that are also located within the Three Sisters Parkway. So we're sort of building our way up the hill. And we are also cognizant of the intended direction of the EIS. And so we're starting with the development that's furthest away, although we would put the fence at the location where it's proposed in the EIS up first, right? And so it's not like we're fencing just phase 1 and then we move the bubble out and then we move the bubble out. It's here's where the fence is going, the development is well inside. So lots of time can elapse with the fence is in its proposed location, the trail gates are in their proposed location, designated trails are in their proposed location, and then we're building phase 1. That's a multi-year build. Phase 2, another multi-year build. Phase 3, another multi-year build. So by the time you get to phase 5, the development that's actually probably closest on the map to the proposed fence location and the actual wildlife corridor with development, we've had at least 10 years. I would even suggest probably at least 15 years before you'd get to that stage. So the amount of data you would have and the monitoring, which is ongoing during this whole process, would be substantial before you get to that state.
Thank you. That was really exactly the kind of information I was looking for from your perspective. And I recognize that during those, let's say, 10 or 15 years of monitoring, prior to moving forward with the new phase, there would be the opportunity for the council of the day to consider a concept plan and other planning like subdivision. So it's important for me to remember that it's not black and white. If there's an approval, that there's could be years of monitoring what we're experiencing.
There would be, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I guess just to harp on my standing theme a little bit, you suggested that the province would play a role in the monitoring and adaptation planning.
Well, what we've done, of course, is we share data with the province. There's these agreements, they're called data sharing agreements. So they share their data, we share our data, and then we can run the whole picture together. And the province routinely makes these data sharing agreements available to different organizations and biologists for different studies and purposes. So pretty easy to get for somebody that wants to go get it and use it for the needs they've identified. And yes, we believe that working together, just as outlined by the province in the 2020 Wildlife Corridor decision letter, that the round table, everybody's there. What are the issues of the day? What's happening? Are we making progress? Are people respecting the fence? Are people using the gates? Do we need to have seasonal trail closures? Do we need to have daylight closures? Do we have nighttime closures? All of those opportunities would be able to be discussed collaboratively, and obviously Three Sisters would be happy to support the town in those endeavors. The initial conversations I had, and it's hard for them to commit at this stage too, because they don't own the land yet within the corridors, for example, so they can't say, yeah, we'll start enforcing on Tuesday. It's a little fast for Three Sisters to give them that land property. But they are interested in making sure that this is successful, just like Three Sisters have invested in wildlife corridors being successful. So has the province of Alberta, right? Like, we're all in this together.
Thank you. We're getting close to a break time. But Councillor Seeley.
So this is a pretty important point in the wildlife corridor, the Smith Creek, and we heard from biologists and the community that there was concerns. On one side you have sensory disturbances and the fence. On the other side you have steep creek. Could I just get some comfort about functionality in that area?
Could you, I just want to make sure I have clarity in your question, Councillor Seeley. Would you mind being slightly more specific?
Well, the Smith Creek development, on one side you have residential and you have a fence, so there's going to be some sensory disturbances there.
Mm-hmm.
The other side, you've got a steep creek. So just about wildlife flow.
Okay. Well, Kyle, maybe I'll ask you to start on that, and I'll fill in some blanks if required from an ownership or technical perspective.
Sure, Chris, thank you. I'd sent some data to you, Chris, can you pull those up showing the Smith Creek area and the wildlife data that we considered?
Yes.
I think it would be helpful in answering Councillor Seeley's question.
Understood.
But the question is a good one. You will have new development on the Smith Creek ASP side, and that will create sensory disturbance. And the biggest risk that we identified in our EIS was potential for leading human use into the corridor along that entire interface. So Smith Creek is quite a long and thin development, and you've got a lot of interface with the wildlife corridor. So a lot of potential for wildlife to come in to that developed area, especially along the areas that are earmarked as green spaces. And then similarly, a lot of potential for people to come out into the corridor. And especially important here is the design that includes a fence. And then on the inside of the fence, a lot of mitigation to maintain some of that sensory disturbance inside the property and reduce the potential impact on the corridor. And I'm thinking specifically here about off-leash dog parks, integrated trail systems. All of these, we think, and in preparation of the EIS, we believe that these are fundamental mitigation that should be applied to reduce the potential impacts into the corridor. So that sensory disturbance impact will be present within the developed area and has the potential, without appropriate mitigation, to really bleed into the corridor, which would reduce the function of the wildlife corridor.
If I've got the wrong slide, so Kyle,
No,
please let me know.
you have the one that I was hoping you'd bring up, Chris. Thank you. So the second part of your question, Councillor Seeley, I think refers to the steep slopes that are present within the wildlife corridors and the pinch points that have been identified and the sort of lack of functionality of those corridors. And I want to address that directly with this slide. And so what I've done here is I've presented some of the areas in yellow that have been flagged in the past as pinch points within the corridor. So what you're seeing here outlined in red is the newly approved corridor adjacent to Smith Creek. Outlined in that kind of black and white hatching. There's a lot going on this slide, by the way, and I recognize that, so I'm trying to walk you through it. There's some black and white hatching. That's the old corridor. Chris, if you can see, I can't control the mouse.
Yeah, no, I'll pick it up here.
The previously approved corridor is above that red line that you see as the new corridor. And then what's displayed here as well are all of the wildlife data that we considered as part of our EIS. And so what you're seeing is the different squiggly lines are snow tracking. So this is the actual movement routes of cougars, of wolves, of lynx, depending on the color of the line. And so those routes are moving through that area that's identified as containing and it does contain discontinuous 25-degree slopes. So those make up about 11% of the total corridor. And so you've got the snow tracking lines. You also will see round circles, colored round circles. Those are for different wildlife. So what Chris was just circling there in yellow are the bears. So those are the bears that we've detected on our cameras. And so you'll see, if you look across the screen, you can see all the places we've detected bears. Similarly, wolves in pink, deer in purple, elk in that sort of burgundy color, I guess, cougars in red. And then in addition on this map are all of the GPS telemetry data. So those are the little triangles and the sequential triangles. So these are taken every 3 or 4 hours. And then the sequential data are linked by the straight lines that you see. So those are not actual movement routes. That's just a straight line between 2 points that you're seeing on the map here. But overall, the point of what we're showing you here is that there are substantial data indicating significant wildlife movement through these areas. And these were the data that also were presented to the province, I think, as they were making their decision about the wildlife corridor. Does that answer your question, Councillor Seeley?
It helps, yeah. Thank you.
My pleasure.
You can see also Councillor Seeley and Kyle can add to this as he sees fit. Of course, there is quite a bit of wildlife use in what would become the new approved, once an underpass is put in here in this location. The existing one is, you can barely see it right there on that cursor. And obviously, this is not intended to be the only crossing, right? We would not have this as a quarter shape saying deer animals turn left to find the wildlife underpass in this location. The intent is the main passageway with some time for adjustment. And Kyle, maybe you could speak to that. I know that was recognized in your EIS too, that a new underpass would be here, hence the wider part of this Cross Valley corridor, but we would leave this one in place. There's no sense in taking it out. Maybe you could speak to that a bit, Kyle.
Sure, yes, I can. So Chris is right. When you build a new wildlife underpass, it takes some time for animals to begin using it. We did look at the available data when determining whether or not we thought this would be a good place to put an underpass. And it does look like animals are using the area adjacent to it. The corridor in this location is actually wider than the currently approved corridor as well. So, the current approval off to the west is narrower than the new proposed across valley corridor. And yes, you would certainly need to have both underpasses available, not just the one. So it's critical that the other underpass goes in and is built prior to development occurring adjacent to the corridor, so that animals have a chance to get used to using that second underpass.
So sorry to interrupt, but the mouse is circling over the area that would be developed, though, isn't it?
That's correct, Mayor Borman.
Right. So that's not part of the proposed.
No, the proposed corridor that the province has approved in 2020 is this red line.
Yeah. So,
This
Mr.
is
Knopf,
where the existing one is.
Right.
This is where the new one will go.
And I'll ask if Mr. Knopf could just speak to the likelihood of future functionality of the existing underpass with a new underpass built, and that, sharp corner there. I mean, how likely is it that, in your opinion, that wildlife will be able to navigate from the wider Cross Valley corridor along that little strip between the highway and future development and use that existing underpass?
So we anticipate that existing underpass will see reduced use, potentially dramatically reduced use, especially from animals moving from the south side of the highway. However, animals coming from the north side, that it is a well-used underpass under existing conditions. So we, again, 2 underpasses, I think, is better than 1, especially when you have animals coming from the north side. They will need to navigate a relatively narrow strip that you can see there. So we do expect reduced functionality. I expect that the main primary crossing structure that will be used will be the new one. And the province's approval, they did seek advice from other external experts. And I think if you look at that document, you'll find that they spoke to doctors Adam Ford and Tony Clevenger about this particular underpass location and its anticipated function. And I think the conclusion was, if I remember correctly, that over time, a new underpass, certainly in this location, has the potential to be used by wildlife. We agree with that. We think it will be used, but I believe that the primary underpass will be the one that's in the aligned corridor, and that the existing underpass will see reduced use in the future, but still is better than cutting it off entirely and removing it.
Great. No, thank you for that expanded detail.
Yeah, you did identify that, Kyle.
I'm going to look for any sort of follow-up questions on this specific issue at this time, and if there are none, I'll call a lunch break, and we can reconvene and continue with the questions for the applicant. And so are there any follow-up questions on this specific line of thought? I see none. Mr. Ollenberger, your team is all able to rejoin us in an hour. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, there'll be one change which we identified as Pierce noted. He might be able to come back if needed, but Stu Walkingshaw will be available this afternoon after the lunch break in case there are wildfire mitigation questions.
Oh, well, that's great. Thanks. And knowing Stu will be here, I'll definitely have a question for him. So that's great. Thanks for all of the answers you've provided this morning. And at this time, I'll call a recess for lunch until 1:15. It's 1:15, so I believe I'll call this meeting back to order. And don't know if there's any councillors that have an immediate question to jump off with. Mr. Ollenberger.
If I may just take a couple of seconds, and I'm going to check that he's here. Doesn't look like it yet. So I'll ask Jess to follow up, but when Stu Walkingshaw joins us, I'd like to just briefly introduce him so you know he's available.
You bet. That'd be great. Thanks very much.
Sorry, if I may, Stu is here. I've admitted him from the waiting room. So Stu, if you want to unmute.
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Stu. Would you mind doing a very brief introduction to council?
Sure. My name's Stu Walkinshaw. Montane Forest Management, live and work out of the town of Canmore, and have specialized in fire smart community protection for the past 30 years or so. I'm the fellow that prepared the wildfire risk assessment for the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek ASPs.
Thank you, Stu. And just a reminder, Mayor Borrowman, that Pierce might not be immediately available this afternoon, but if there is a question that comes up from council, Jess can endeavor to get that answer to you this afternoon if needed.
Super. Since Stu just popped up, I'll start off with a question that I have in mind for Stu. And I'll also welcome Stu to the proceeding. It's nice to see you again. And this is kind of a, I don't know, a vague question or anyways, I'll just walk into it and let you pick it up where I leave it off. So I recall some of the presentations you've made to council over the years, Mr. Walkinshaw, particularly regarding your experience in really bad, devastating fires, Fort Mac and others like that. And what always stuck with me was some of the images that you shared and your conversation around how typically after a fire's gone through a community, houses that were properly fire smarted to begin with were left standing, and homes that weren't built to the same standard were gone. And in that context, I'm while I'm recognizing that wildfire is likely within our valley at some point, we've acknowledged that. So how does fire behave in a developed area that is built to strong fire smart standards as compared to the spread of wildfire in undeveloped forested lands?
Sure. So I think there's several answers to that question, Mayor Borrowman. First of all, I think what's important to understand is that the threat of wildfire in the Bow Valley and the town of Canmore definitely exists. There's no question of that. But fire smart guidelines and best practices find that if you harden the structure, first of all, if you build the structure out of non-combustible exterior materials, roofing, siding, and decking, and that if you establish good, solid fire smart practices, both in the 1.5 meter zone surrounding the structure and out to 30 meters or more, depending on the particular hazard, that the majority of structures will survive an intense wildfire that passes through the community. So I guess the point to that, Mayor Borrowman, is that there's no question that we can have large wildfire in the valley and in the town of Canmore. But developments can be mitigated by using wise fire smart practices, starting at the home and working out from there.
And thanks very much for that answer. Is there any rationale to the suggestion that wildfire will have less overall impact to the community if it has, I mean, it's, fire that's spreading through thin open forest? I mean, your basic wildfire in forested lands would be devastating, and not really sure where I'm going with this, but is there any likelihood that properly designed and built development within what's now the forested lands would act in some way as a fire break in the context of slowing down the fire, or is that irrelevant or immaterial?
It's a little tough to define that, because what it's doing then is it's moving from what we would call wildland fuels into urban fuels. So, and both of them behave completely differently. So if you were to build a community that did not follow fire smart best practices, then there is definitely the chance that the wildfire will get into the urban development area, and then under extreme weather conditions, it can burn structure to structure to structure. And we did see that in Fort McMurray. But I think the findings in Fort McMurray were that those homes that did follow fire smart practices, many of them were spared in that community. So I'm not sure if I answered your question or not.
I'm not sure there is an answer to my question. And I appreciate you taking a stab at it, and I'm not going to belabor the point. But I appreciate you taking a stab at trying to figure out what I'm asking.
Yeah, there's just such a big difference, Mayor, between wildland fire and what's referred to as an urban conflagration. And once it gets into the community and begins to spread through the community, then a whole pile of those fire smart best practices or wildfire behavior doesn't really apply anymore. And it's hard to predict what will happen. So I guess a key summary point, if you build the structures with non-combustible or ignition resistant exterior materials, then the chances of those structures igniting are extremely reduced.
Great, thank you very much. Just one brief follow-up question on the same line of thought, and this for Mr. Olenberger. So is it likely, or would the plan be to build the Three Sisters Parkway through to George Biggie Road prior to any development within the Smith Creek area? I'm thinking that as the future fire escape route for anybody in that region. If the parkway was only built halfway through, then people could be trapped within that region.
I understand your question, Mayor Borman, absolutely. And the town administration has thought about such provisions. For example, in Section 7 of your Canmore Engineering Design and Construction Guidelines, there is a strong section about access roads, as well as fire suppression water supply. So every time we do a different community, even Stewart Creek Phase 3 at the top of the hill there's always a mapped plan to ensure that there are two ways out and emergency access. And while I recognize it's not the subject of today's discussion, that was also a very key discussion in the Gateway development on the northeast corner of the four-way stop by the interchange, because it's down below a hill, there's a highway on one side, and we worked very closely with the town administration, including the fire chief, to make sure that there was equipment access, public egress and emergency routes out, even though it looks fairly constrained. That practice will absolutely continue through both of the ASPs. It wouldn't just be Smith Creek. We have to consider that in the village as well.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Comfort, you had your hand up.
Indeed, thank you, Mayor Barman. So my question is, I guess, for both Mr. Walkinshaw and Mr. Oldenburger, and it has to do with the Alberta Building Code. And you had mentioned, Mr. Oldenburger, that TSMB aspires to build above the ABC, above the Alberta Building Code. And I don't know anything about the Alberta Building Code, not having built anything in a very long time, but I'm presuming that it speaks to inflammable materials used in construction and things like shingles. I do remember a long time ago when Rundleby was being developed, the developer there specified cedar shingles for the roofs. You couldn't build unless you used them. It's just kind of crazy when we think about it now. So I guess what I'm saying is, do you think that the Alberta Building Code is sufficient to diminish our chance of wildfires and wildfire conflagrations? And would you still want builders who have, I mean, there's no way to constrain builders to follow your direction once they've built the land, I don't think. And that's something that I don't understand. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Comfort. Thank you for the question. So there's probably a couple parts to it, and I'm going to ask Stu to ad-lib in the bigger context. But I will note that the town of Canmore is ahead of the curve when it comes to Alberta municipalities and wildfires, right? In your own Canmore land use bylaw, you do have a requirement for a Class B fire-rated roofing material right in the land use bylaw. You have a requirement in your land use bylaw requires that 1.5 meter area non-combustible materials, which Stu was just referring to. So my answer would be, on its own, by itself, the Alberta Building Code probably doesn't do the job that you would like to see done that you're trying to describe. And so Canmore has added on to that, basically through architectural considerations in their land use bylaw. In addition to that, Three Sisters, again, since I've been involved in both eras, same ownership, so that's over the course of 10 years, we have architectural guidelines that we review with professionals like Stu, and to make sure that we are bolting onto that as well. So one of the things we do is we talk about landscape requirements, we talk about siding, we talk about roofing, we talk about fire smarting. It's been if you go and pull the title of any Stewart Creek Phase 3 lot right now, you'll find a set of those architectural guidelines registered on title. We registered architectural guidelines and title in Three Sisters Creek, in Three Sisters Ridge, in Stewart Creek subdivision. So we have been doing it. We're basically adding on to a little bit through architectural controls to try and address some of the things that Stu has brought up. But I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Stu and he can talk about building code versus fire smart, because I want to make sure that he has the synergy right there.
And your comment was correct, Chris. The Alberta Building Code does not deal with wildfire hazard or wildfire mitigation. It deals with structure fire issues. So the answer to your question, Councillor Comfort, is that no, the Alberta Building Code does not deal with it. And it is both the town's land use bylaw, the engineering design and construction guidelines, and the developer's architectural controls, architectural design guidelines that go above and beyond what the Alberta Building Code requests.
Thank you very much.
Just so everyone knows, we've lost, he's dropped off. So Rob, if you could share.
Sure. Are there any questions at this point? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Seeley. I have a question regarding the cost of mitigating on the periphery. that we do with fire smarting. Do we know what it costs to fire smart a kilometer of wild landscape? Do we have any idea? Or how do you cost out a fire smart project?
You could take a first stab at that, Stu, and I'll add in if you like, or we can do the reverse.
Fair enough. Projects are typically done by competitive bid by the hectare. So cost per hectare, depending on the area, will range anywhere from $1,000 a hectare to $10,000 a hectare or more, depending. I think one of the things to keep in mind, and I think this is best answered by Chris, is who actually pays for the recommended fire smart vegetation management areas that are in the wildfire risk assessment.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to pick up from there. Thank you, Stu. So, Councillor Sanford, for many years, this ownership of Three Sisters has participated collaboratively with the town of Canmore. It's quite common for the town, Stu and or others, or even the province to say, we're thinking of doing some fire smart mitigation, and I'll use the example because it's on a screen, around peaks of Grassy. And the province, sometimes the town, has gone in and said, we're going to do fuel thinning, we're going to do some of the fire smart practices within the surrounding forest around peaks of Grassy. And the town comes to us and says, you have a lot of land that isn't developed in this area that you actually own. Can you come with us? Can you participate in it? Can we work together so that we all get a better price? And we've done that several times, actually. I think I even have that identified. Oh, there it is. So we've done that a few different times in the second sentence. So we do pay for doing the fire smarting on Three Sisters property. We do it generally before grading in a lot of ways, because when we're doing tree thinning or tree removal in preparation for doing infrastructural installation, you get, again, a better price for the same crews to go in there and selectively thin it. And I might not have a good number to say it costs X, because one of the things that we do is we work with the province when they're interested in habitat modification within the wildlife corridors. There are areas that sometimes they would like to see cleared of trees or thinned of trees for habitat purposes. And then they work with Stu, and I'm sure he's done this all over the place, where it's a combination of, you know, we'd like this area thinned out and cleared because of habitat considerations. Can we also make sure that it works as a fire smart or fuel break and things like that? So we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. That's very common. We've done that lots of times around Stewart Creek Golf Course and Stewart Creek Phase 3 and in around Peaks of Grassy. So the fire smarting is paid for and funded by Three Sisters prior to development. And even past development, we have continued to participate and collaborate with the town and the province on augmenting any measures people have in some of the crown lands around the town of Canmore. It's in everybody's interest. I think any responsible community developer would do the same. I'm quite sure, in fact, I know the other developers in town do the same thing.
So was the fire smarting at the Peaks of Grassy, that big swath that we could see on that map, was that funded by Three Sisters, or was that in a combination with the town and Three Sisters?
The right answer would be a combination, Councillor Sanford.
Okay. In that little section right there.
Yeah, I don't have the acreage off the top of my head, but there was quite a bit. Like, the province owns land in this area, Three Sisters owned land in this area. I think it was a collaboration effort.
Okay.
Thank you. I can speak to that if you'd like, Chris.
Sure.
Please, Stu.
So I don't know, can you guys see my mouse on the screen up here?
No, tell me where you'd like to go.
Okay, so the buffer that goes around Peaks of Grassy, starting on the west end. And maybe go to the other map, Chris, it's a little bit larger scale.
Yeah. Thank you.
So starting there and working your way around behind Peaks of Grassy is all Bow Valley Wildland Provincial Park. That was funded by a FRIA grant. It was supported by the provincial government, Alberta Parks. It was conducted by the town of Canmore. So the funding came from the province. The town actually ran the project. the little piece on the east end that is, yeah, just that little chunk there is private deeded land owned by Three Sisters Mountain Village. When we were doing the Peaks of Grassy Peace on behalf of the town of Canmore, we contacted Three Sisters Mountain Village and said, hey, you guys, you got a little chunk right at the end of this field break that we're putting in. Would you like to include that in the project? And the answer was yes. And it was paid for by Three Sisters Mountain Village.
Okay, and we have gotten quite a few provincial grants to do fire smarting along the periphery, right?
Yes.
For years and years.
Lots of them, yeah, for many, many years. And that will continue.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Walkinshaw?
Councillor Seeley, if I may.
Sure.
It sounds like everyone at the Civic Center has lost internet. They've all dropped off. So if we could just call a 5-minute break and just allow people to try to get back on.
Get back to high speed, hey? Okay.
Yeah.
Call a 5-minute break. And so what time is that? So we'll resume at, well, why don't we give it a little longer? 1:45. All right. See you all in a bit. So there's been an event at the Civic Center and they're not going to be able to get the internet up all that quickly. So what we'll do is we'll wait for John to reappear. He's going to be heading home and administration will need to find internet connections as well. So stay tuned, and when we see John, we'll resume the meeting. Okay with everyone? Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you. That was a quick trip home. Yeah. The irony of this is the reason I go to town offices to take part in these Zoom meetings is I figure the internet connection at the town office is more secure than mine at home, but maybe
And reliable.
I'm
Usually.
back. I'm not too sure where we left off. What was your last message to people watching, Rob?
We would resume when you resumed or when you got back, and Mr. Walkinshaw just finished off, but if he's still around, there might be some additional questions for him.
Okay, great. I understand that Lisa's back as well.
Yes, I am.
And Councillor McCallum back in the meeting?
She was heading home.
Okay. All right, well, let's pick up where we left off with my apologies for that little interruption, but Stu, just carry on with what you were saying.
No, I was done answering the last or the previous question. So I'm open for any others.
Yeah, I think Mayor Borman, we're not sure when you dropped out, so not sure what you didn't catch.
Yeah, it wasn't too much, I don't think. I'll go back and review what I might have missed though in the recording.
Just before the internet incident, Stu was going through Peaks of Grassy fire break with a map and showing where there'd been collaboration with the province using grants in Three Sisters Mountain Village.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I'll review that after the meeting then. So let's resume the discussions then. Looking to members of council to see who might have additional questions to bring forward. Councillor Comfort.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, this is going to be like one of your questions, John, or I'm not sure where it's going exactly or how relevant it is. But I note that we have great success on projects like this, which are really important to the community, fire smarting and getting information, working with the province, getting support from the province in terms of grants and expertise. But why don't we see the same kind of collaboration with wildlife corridors, for example, which have been so fraught over the years? And could the applicant or the town of Camera suggest ways in which that could be improved?
Is there a particular aspect of wildlife corridors you're thinking, Councillor Comfort?
Well, it's just that in the public hearing, we heard so much about how the corridors that were finally approved are not sufficient and that the science doesn't support those corridors. And so I just wondered, how do we reconcile those two sides, bring them together to find the right solution?
I think I understand your question a little better. Thank you for elaborating on that a little bit. You know, it's probably, I can't obviously speak for the province of Alberta, but I suspect it's a little bit challenging at times. You know, if we rewind a little bit, Three Sisters had made an application for a wildlife corridor in the Smith Creek area. And you'll recall, of course, that the province of Alberta at that time did actually undertake quite a bit of public consultation. They met with a number of groups in town. They posted, I forget how many letters in their website, a lot. So I think it would be fair to say that there was a lot of public input and information shared with the province of Alberta about their opinions, their concerns, everything they wanted to share. That wasn't lost. And I think perhaps that might have been part of the challenge that the province had in 2020 is they didn't just dust that onto a shelf and start again. They actually kept all of that information again. They reviewed every single letter. They reviewed all of the submissions in detail. But what we provided was an additional analysis using data that they had and we had, and they probed some more with questions. And at the end of the day, considering that they had actually done all of that public input and they re-reviewed the data. Because if you look at the former letter where it says this is a very good submission, but we think it's just shy, which, you know, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that is what the first one said. We went back to say, well, let's improve where you think we're shy. We didn't just drop everything and start all over. And I think that might have been an aspect that could have been communicated better by both Three Sisters in the province in 2020, right? To recognize that all of that hard work that had been put in by the community was not lost or disregarded. That, I think that's a learning that we can use moving forward. I think we also sometimes have to be fair and transparent to the community. And here's what I mean by that. You know, during our public engagement processes, a number of people said, we would like to revisit the wildlife corridor again. And we were open. We said, well, it's fresh, it's brand new, it's approved in 2020. We've already had a lot of public input to it. So we're not looking to make more adjustments to the wildlife corridor with the province at this time. It's just not on the table for discussion. It wasn't that we were saying we're not interested in hearing the input. It's just we really wanted to make sure that the input was focused on the question in front of us today, which is his area structure plans, both of them. Now that we've delineated with the province's approval, and that's, you know, the only authority that has that ability to say it's okay, what do we do inside that area? That's where we wanted people to focus their energy. So we weren't trying to disregard it by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know it's a sense of tension in the community with some people, and that they would like to see more. At the end of the day, the NRCB made a balanced decision. There wasn't a weighting that said this one priority overrides all others. So it's where we are today. And I think if I was to suggest that ongoing collaboration and improvement and dialogue in that process will be an important part of the discussions that we're supposed to have with the round table, right? We're towns at the table at the same time, province at the table at the same time. We're there as people see fit, Parks Canada, and there may be others that need to be part of that conversation too. I think making sure that on the move forward basis, we have that input and collaboration is important. I would agree with you.
Well, that sounds a little hopeful. Thank you.
Welcome.
I see Councillor McCallum's rejoined as well. And so we have a full house in regards to council. Unless there's further exploration on the previous line of question, the fire smart in particular, I'm going to shift over, have a few questions, and I expect other members of council do as well around transportation issues. So I'll lead off with this, that so in the transportation impact analysis, there are two scenarios, a baseline and what is called the travel shift option. So can you speak, Mr. Ollenberger, or whoever's the right person, speak to the differences between the two and why the travel shift option was prepared?
Absolutely. You know, we certainly use the municipal development plan and the integrated transportation plan as our guide, but probably the best person to speak to it is Mac Logan, and I believe he's on the call this afternoon. Mac, are you there?
Hi, Chris. Yes, and I heard Mayor Borman's question. I would say that, Your Worship, the transportation impact assessment looked into the future, and it had two scenarios in that. It had the goals and aspirations of the town of Canmore, and we worked quite closely with your staff member, Andy Asarti, on those. And then we had a baseline analysis where we did what's called a first principles, where we look at the number of trips generated, where those trips want to go, how the people are going to travel, and what routes they may take to get there. And so when we did the analysis from two different perspectives, we came to the point where we thought, okay, how do we reach the goal of the ITP? And what are the behavioral changes that are going to be required into the future in order to accomplish those goals? So that's probably the fundamental difference between the two. The first analysis is more based on the trends that we're seeing. And the second analysis is to say, in order to get to the town's goals, how do the behaviors have to change? And what do you have to do with respect to potentially services for public transit and offsite infrastructure improvements?
Okay, thanks for that. And in the baseline option, it appears that car traffic on the Bow Bridge corridor is 60% higher than today's volume. So what will happen when we add that much extra traffic on an already very, very busy corridor?
Yeah, there's Your Worship, that was the principal transportation issue, I would say, in the entire traffic impact assessment for the site, is how do you maintain the long-term goal there, was how to maintain the Bow corridor roughly in its existing scale. There was no intention to widen that road to a 4-lane roadway. So that was one of the basic premises of the entire analysis, and consequently carry those road improvements all the way through into the west end of the downtown. So there was a number of things that have to be done to accomplish that. First off, you have to reduce the number of trips that are leaving the site, and that's done by providing more of the daily needs of the Three Sisters community within the community, and having those trips not head for the downtown. So that was the first premise. So you'll see that in the land use that's incorporated into the area structure plan. The second was to provide for multiple modes of travel so that residents did not have to drive to and from the downtown core, or the town center, I should say. And that's one of the reasons why we looked so hard at what's happening along the Bow River corridor with respect to pedestrian facilities and cycling facilities, and how to upgrade those so that they're more attractive and they're more all-season friendly, including upgrading the Bow corridor to make that route also easier to walk and cycle. And then the third thing is to provide alternative routes and alternative means. So we've made recommendations with respect to transit, and we've made recommendations to get more people onto Highway 1 and onto the other side of some of the destinations that are on the north side of Highway 1 in Cougar Creek and Silvertip and those areas. So reduce the number of trips, get more people out of their cars, and if they are driving, get them on different routes. We do recognize that even with all that, the scale of this development, plus the growth in the background traffic, and plus the intensification of other neighborhoods on the south side of the river, there will be more traffic. There's a number of improvements that have been recommended for the corridor, and Mr. Asarte is, I believe, moving into a study to look at those in more detail. But some of those include changes in the west end of the downtown to go to traffic circles, and expanding the Bow River Bridge to incorporate cycle tracks and pedestrian spaces that are in addition to what's there today. So at a very high level, reduce, change modes, reroute.
If I could also ask you to add one more element, Mr. Logan, but the idea of the intercept parking lot that's identified in the Village ASP by the four-way stop. Could you talk about that a little bit and its intent as well?
Thanks, Chris. So one of the things that's been looked at for the plan, as far as reducing the number of car trips that are circulating around around Three Sisters and all throughout Canmore, is to provide an opportunity for visitors, particularly day visitors, to get off Highway 1 and get out of their cars and either get on foot, on a bike, or potentially on a shuttle bus. And at the Highway 1 Three Sisters interchange on the west side, just south of Highway 1, there's a proposed intercept parking lot that's been designed into that area. That's one of the opportunities to reduce the amount of particularly weekend travel and the summer weekend travel that's creating problems in Canmore. This is based on experience that you're going through now, and how you can learn from places like Banff and what they're doing. And I've heard Aspen come up a number of times. They do have a similar practice to get people out of their cars at the edge of the community.
And that policy is right in the area structure plan, Mayor Borman, as 11.3.14.
Great. Well, thank you again for your details, Mr. Logan. And I'm certainly a strong champion of modal shift and our really great transit service that we've implemented. On the other hand, I live adjacent to the condo I live in. We exit in onto Three Sisters Drive, and now. I mean, already it's sometimes next to impossible to get out through the traffic onto Three Sisters Drive. So it is a reasonable concern for residents to have. But in regards to the transit mode share, so the travel shift option envisions a 30% transit mode share for the resort center. So targeting a 10 or 20 or even 30% mode share will require a much higher level of service than is planned for the rest of the community. If I recall, our targets are currently 5%. So is it expected then that the municipality will fund this higher service level? And if that's the case, was that factored into the fiscal assessment?
So I do know that the operation costs of the transit that was anticipated within the TIA was a part of the municipal fiscal impact assessment, because it was a question I asked Pierce not too long ago. The one aspect that might not be in that municipal fiscal impact assessment, he said, was the capital cost of a bus itself. Although he did note that to me yesterday, I think it was actually, that the number of buses anticipated to augment the service, given the size of the routes and everything, wouldn't be material and wouldn't change the outcome of the MFIA, but the operational costs were included in the MFIA. And you're right, Mayor Borman, that we need a better increased transit service, but that's probably also a combination of private vehicles such as hotel shuttles and things like that, as well as public transit. So don't want you to think it's all on Rome. There is going to be some augmentation, I would anticipate, just like you see in Banff today.
And Chris, I would add that the target was actually 10%. The town's plan is 5%. We thought that was conservative, that given the concentration of people, particularly in Three Sisters Village, and the very logical routing of transit down the Three Sisters Parkway, that could easily be exceeded. The transit service is Rome, plus potentially shuttles from hotels, which are very common. And then the third is coaches coming to and from Calgary, or we have airport shuttles that come to and from Calgary today. So it's a combination of those type of vehicles, which are entirely feasible, and that would be a scaling up of what's happening in Banff today. And as Chris said, transit is a shared cost. There's a capital infrastructure that's provided by the developer. Three Sisters provides all of the transit stops, for example, and the amenities that go with them. Buses are provided with Rome, and I will say, based on my experience in Alberta, most of that funding comes from capital grants from the provincial government. And then operating is absolutely and operating is definitely shared. It's the municipality shares with whatever grant you provide to Rome, plus the rider shares in providing their portion of the cost. Now, I know Canmore has a different approach to that at the moment. You may choose to change that in the future and reach a fare box recovery that's maybe I know in Calgary they had a 50-50 type of a target over time, but that's completely up to council.
Yeah, you make a number of good points, and certainly our capital costs by and large have been contributed through provincial grants, but we know provincial grants are declining, and we don't know if we can count on those sources. Just having had a recent discussion about adding a new transit route up past Quarry Lake to help serve the Alberta Parks lands. I know the proposed transit requires, the proposed route requires another bus, and the cost of that bus is $1 million. So the capital cost of the rolling stock is pretty high.
That must be a specialized bus, Your Worship.
Well, it's actually an electric bus. But it's used. It's actually, I think, a pretty good opportunity. It was a demo bus used in the city of Edmonton that Rome was able to source with a reasonably good price, given its transit's not the only tool that we're going to have to use, regardless of build out on Three Sisters. With the growing number of visitors out of the region, our transportation network is becoming more congested.
Yeah, one other thing that I think your administration raised as a part of that thought process, Mayor Borman, is the experience. So when Mac talked about Three Sisters, providing a bus stop, when Andy and I talked, it wasn't just concrete pad and a sign on a pole that says bus stops here. It had to be a comfortable shelter. It had to be visible. It had to be convenient. It had to have signs that indicate when the next bus is coming. And you've seen some of those improvements in Banff, for example, where if people know how long it's going to be till the next bus is kind of coming, it makes it a more desirable choice. So the effort will be collaborative between Three Sisters and the town to make such choices a collaborative, positive choice. It's one that's desired, not seen as the last best bet.
May I add, with your permission, Your Worship?
Go ahead.
Through the discussions on the area structure plan, we talked a lot with Andy Asarte about mobility assessments and how the mobility assessments would be a tool to confirm that we're meeting targets established within the transportation impact assessment through the life of the project. And one of the policies within, or one of the concepts that was discussed and then put into policy within the area structure plan was that the mobility assessments would demonstrate on-site and off-site infrastructure, transit frequency and service, and initiatives needed to support modal shift at the anticipated level of service targets. Sorry, I'm just reading the policy. And so what we talked about was that, if the townwide, say, service is provision of transit at a 30-minute frequency, and the resort requires that to be provided at a 15-minute frequency, then that is something that would be supported by the development and paid for by the development in order to meet that mode shift target. And that would be established through the mobility assessment. And we have that policy within the area structure plan to support that. Does that help?
Yes, this all helps. I'll keep on a roll here unless another councillor has a question in the same realm of interest. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. And so you might have just spoke to this a bit, Ms. Carpat. But so if targets aren't reached with limited capacity on the corridor, and if we can't successfully hit the target stated within the transportation impact assessment, it would only be a matter of time before gridlock would happen, clearly. What happens then?
So within the, and I'm sure I'm going to be supported on this answer, so Mac, feel free to come in at any time, but my understanding of how the mobility assessments will work is that we will evaluate based on where we are with regards to a land use and how we're facilitating the modal split within the development area. And then should the development be performing as predicted or better, then no new improvements will be identified. But if we're performing worse, then we may need to increase the infrastructure improvements and other mitigations or other new improvements may need to be added to the project in order to encourage that modal split. So it will result in either new mitigations being implemented ahead of schedule and or new mitigations altogether. And that's policy 11.3.7.
So when you say supported by the development, does that mean like through taxes or through the development, like through the developer?
I'm going to leave it to Chris to answer this question, just because he answers it so clearly. Sorry.
Okay. Generally, Councillor McCollum, for capital improvements, say it was a new pathway, new bridge connection, improved pathway connections. And I also want to back up and make sure that it's understood that some of the conceptual plan designs themselves are intended to limit car traffic, but actually encourage bike traffic. For example, there's in the plan, you can see two roads coming together, but they don't actually join, as a road for a car, but they do join as a path for a bicycle. They do join as a path for a walking. And there's even, we've talked about perhaps using it for a transit throughway. So the capital cost and infrastructure would likely be a direct outcome of a subdivision servicing agreement and or offsite levies, because there are some improvements that could occur within the town of Canmore downtown area, for example, that are arising as a result of Three Sisters and other developments in the area. So offsite levies is absolutely a tool you can use to address that as well. I think we've answered the question with respect to transit frequency and operation costs and being included in the MFIA already.
Okay. And I'm happy if one of my colleagues takes over.
I'll look to other councillors. Councillor Comfort, you have a question. You seem to be mute, or we can't hear you. Your screen says you're not muted, but okay, you're going to go and come back. I think that's what you said. Councillor Sanford, you had a question.
Yes, looking at the numbers for the hotel development, for the hotel rooms, and the shift to tourist homes for some of that short-term accommodation, if we're going to rely on hotels to do shuttles, in the future, how would we shift that burden from a hotel or to the hotels if a lot of the short-term accommodation is in tourist homes now? So we're shifting it away from the hotel developments, and they have the economies of scale, whereas the tourist homes don't.
Yeah, so the way I phrased the question a little bit earlier, Councillor Sanford, is that the hotel shuttles weren't a thou shalt, you have to, they're needed. They're an augmentation to the other solutions that would come from it, right? There are already other shuttle solutions, such as the one that Mac mentioned, coming from, the airport to Canmore and Banff and things like that. So it's not that we are depending on an operator of a hotel to provide a bus to make this all work. That's an augmentation to it. Would you add anything to that, Mac, or did I cover the ground that should be?
I wouldn't add anything to that at the moment, Chris.
So I think I guess I was accurate, Councillor Sanford.
Okay, so my point is that if you're going to shift some of that hotel benefit over to the tourist home side, then that dependency will be on Rome, because tourist homes aren't going to provide a shuttle.
Tourist homes aren't going to provide a shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and the TIA assumes that, right? Like that is already accounted for within the TIA and the FIA. Yep. This isn't a new change that suddenly we didn't think about. That actually has been accounted for. And as you heard Mr. Logan talk about earlier, we even upped the bar on the standard that they were looking for in mode shift versus what the town was looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Comfort, you're back. Are you?
I'm not. There we go.
Yep, can hear you.
Yep. So my question was about behavioral changes, and I hate to sound like a lecturing old school marm, but if we think about all that we heard during the public hearing about climate change and climate change action, this is an opportunity so if Three Sisters was prepared to help on the educational side of this, that would be wonderful. And it's time for citizens of Canmore to step up and take the bus and carpool and all the rest of it. And I know when it's 40 below and nobody's going to be out there on their, don't care how fat your tires are, you're just not going to be out there at 40 below. So, but really, I think this community stands to become a model in terms of right practices for what's good for the planet, frankly. And I think I'd like to see it instead of a lot of posturing and speaking to, let's see some action on this. So anyway, so I guess my question is, the Three Sisters would be prepared to provide educational materials or to fund a conference, to work with BERC, like that, to really advance, push the ball forward over the, what is that thing? The goal line. So, to get us somewhere on this, because it's just, there's so much talk and virtue signaling for me. I just would love to see some action. So if Three Sisters could support that kind of initiative and the town initiatives, which are moving along, it would be a wonderful thing and would be very beneficial for the community and for their project. So is that a possibility?
My answer to you, Councillor Comfort, would be that it's in our best interest to support such education movements. And Mac actually talked about why that is, and so did Jessica. There are these mobility assessments that are trying to hit specific targets. So it's in our own best interest to make sure people are aware of them, educate about them, encourage to use them, make it easy, all that good stuff like that. Because the more that we can get people to use these alternative forms of transportation, the better it is on our mobility assessments and the better it is for the town and so on and so forth. So it just sort of flows downhill. I think I would perhaps restate slightly what you said. When we're talking about new people that are coming to the town of Canmore, they will likely be the easiest people to get ingrained into a new way of thinking, right? Like the bus will be there, they'll have bought into the complete community, they'll like the idea of walking, biking, transit, things like that. And I'll point to Banff. You see that now, they're cutting down on parking, they're cutting down on this, and they're telling people to take the bus around and the bike around, and some of the hotels even hand out free bus tickets and things like that to try and encourage people to do that. So they'll probably be the leaders, and then people that are already in Canmore, they may delay a little bit of some of their habitual forms of transportation, but I think they'll come along. I do think Canmore does have that kind of commitment, but first we may need to have some induced pain, and that could be, man, this traffic jam's annoying. I should be like that guy on the bike that's going by me right now at like 4 times my speed in my car, so there's going to be a little bit of pain, I'm sure. And then that pain causes people to shift some of their thinking. And Mac, maybe you could talk to that a little bit.
The Councillor Comfort, I'm glad you asked that question, because there are a lot of very real things that are happening, and the town of Canmore has set an ambitious goal, and I would sincerely compliment you and my colleague, Mr. Asarti, for being leaders in that. What the real things that are happening, which are both in this plan and that the town's doing, is when they're planning these kind of areas, they're looking at the direct connections for walking. They're making sure that the grades are not too steep so that they're very comfortable to walk both in the summer and in the wintertime. They're making sure that they're safe, that they have lighting. And if you want to encourage people who are visiting, who are day trippers, to walk, you have to do little things like signage. You have to make sure that people can navigate from A to B easily, and they know how far it is so that they can say, yeah, I can walk that far. Cycling, same thing. There's a lot of universal design that's going into this plan. All of the roads are incorporating cycling. The grades are thinking about cycling. There's a safety aspect for the people who aren't as comfortable riding with traffic, so that they have a separate pathway that they can be on the busier roads. And parking, making sure that you have parking both at the destination and at the origin. A lot of lessons have been learned that just putting a parking stall at the grocery store, you have to have one at somebody's condo where their bike is safe and secure, so that they can they're comfortable using that kind of transportation. And we're also looking at the offsite connections. And one of the big conversations over the last few months has been, how do you do the boat corridor, and how do you have enough space for pedestrians and people walking their pets versus cyclists who are trying to get from point A to point B. So that planning is in the work. So these are all very real things that are happening. We talked about public transit and the steps towards that, and then private transportation, looking at the parking supply and all of the developments here, looking at the parking supply in the downtown and charging for that parking, which I think you're talking about that now. So those are all levers, because you are correct. 93% of the travel right now in Canmore is by private vehicles, which is actually quite a bit worse than Calgary. And I know that's not where you want to be. And I don't think that's where you're going to be for very long, because there's a lot of good things going on. My final comment would be the Centennial Trail is a good example of when you build something that people really want to use and it's done well, it gets very, very well used. And I have confidence that this plan and the other things that the town are doing is going to change how people travel around Canmore. And it's already starting to happen. So it isn't just good intentions, it's actually real steps that the town's taking.
If I can give you an example, Councillor Comfort, on the signage, for example, when I was working on another project, East Village in Calgary, one of the things we learned from other cities was to put those travel times by walking and biking on some of the signage, which you can see today on Riverwalk along in East Village. It was so successful, the city of Calgary replicated some of that signage throughout downtown to say, it's actually only a 7-minute walk to the Beltline. You don't need to jump in your car and on and on and on. And it started to spread because if people know, oh, 5 minutes, I can do that. 7 minutes, I can do that. Half of them now are looking at their Apple Watches looking for, I hit 10,000 steps, right? So there's definitely some changes coming down the pipe.
That was great. Thank you for that, indulging me on that.
And if there's no other questions from members of council on the transportation issues, I'll move us on to one other topic that I have in mind. Thanks very much, Mr. Logan. I appreciate all of your input. So just, I'm running towards the end of the questions or discussions that I had in mind, but just a thought around steep creeks. So the Three Sisters Creek report refers to 160 meter wide area of erosion that was caused by debris floods. And the ASP shows development within that zone on the west bank, and the hazard report references that development as being within 20 meters of the bank. So, can you speak to the rationale for developing within this erosion area and who will be responsible for maintaining extra bank erosion protection that would be needed to allow for development in that area?
Yes. Can you see this Google Earth image?
Yeah,
I just thought it might be helpful. So the town of Canmore did steep creek studies even before Three Sisters did for Three Sisters Village Area Structure Plan. And so council likely already knows that the vast majority of impact is here. It's on the existing neighborhoods of Three Sisters Ridge and Three Sisters Creek with a couple of small fingers that go into the village area. So what we are doing with the Steep Creek hazard assessments and the planned and anticipated mitigation is a fair cost sharing of some of those impacts. Right now, if there was no mitigation undertaken to protect Three Sisters Creek and Three Sisters Ridge, the Three Sisters Village Area Structure Plan generally would not be impacted by Steep Creek output. There isn't a lot to that. So what we're doing is we're playing I'll call it ping pong, although it's probably a little bit simplistic. So there's a berm that would come in this area and that kicks the flow towards the village area.
Right.
And when we kick that flow towards the village area, we got to kick it back, so to speak. So we have another berm that's located along this side, generally, design details to come, that kicks the water back into the main channel. This bridge has been found to work, although we're planning on a bit of an overpass structure here. And so even recently, we helped the town locate some infrastructure such that it wasn't in the way. Once it gets into this channel, it's quite well confined. We have to build 2 small 1 meter high berms just to make sure that that doesn't go off through a couple of gullies in this area. There is a constraint at the Three Sisters Parkway. The existing culverts that are here are size for a 1 in 100 year standard. It's a little bit dated, but that's an Alberta transportation decision. And so at the time of culvert replacement, the town and Three Sisters plans on working with the province to, can we make these a little bit bigger? But other than that, it just washes over and, so you could see some water going over the top of the parkway in an extreme event and off into the Bow River. So the design of the channel has already been incorporated into the Three Sisters plan for the village. And maybe I'll bring that up just to make sure it's clear. Give me a half a second. I got to find a map that would be useful. This one will work. I'm getting more adept at Zoom after listening to the town clerk provide instructions for 6 days. So, and I'm only using this map just because it's a convenient map. You will find, you can see here that this area has been left aside for the berm, and this area here has been left aside for the berm. So everything you see on this plan has already accounted for post mitigation, right? And so that it's really the mitigation plan that is being used to generate this development concept. And even then there's still setback from the development. So this whole side of the village in this particular area is well protected by this berm here. And this berm would not be needed if it wasn't for this berm, which is protecting the existing part. So this is a cost shared project that is articulated and identified in the reports that we submitted, and it's on the Steep Creek mitigation report that we showed as well. So we actually went a long way down the detail chain, more than you normally would for an area structure plan, because both Three Sisters and the town administration were interested in what does this look like and what is our anticipated cost impact and how do we fairly share it. And so we both utilized BGC to provide impartial advice about this should be, a community cost, this should be a Three Sisters cost, and so on and so forth. So it was fairly treated. And then the town administration reviewed it to make sure it was fair, of course, and reasonable. So what you see on the plan is post mitigation and accommodates the berms that are needed and accommodates the flows. And you probably also saw within that Steep Creek hazard report that the flows have even been increased for climate change. And Jess, I don't know if you have that particular report handy that you could throw up on the screen, and I'll stop sharing just to make sure it's clear. That would be fantastic if you had it handy.
Just making sure that you want to see the Three Sisters Creek report.
Yeah. The story is similar in Smith Creek, of course, except there's no cost share with the town of Kenmore. That's 100% funded by the developer out in the Smith Creek area. So yeah, this is obviously a very conceptual image, but you can see that the creek does have this meandering area. That's, could you move your cursor within that area between the berms? Thank you, Jess. So that's Three Sisters Creek. It's not intended to look like Cougar Creek, not quite as armored. The flows are lower, the slopes are lower, all that good stuff. So it'll have more vegetation within it. And you can see in this image, although can you point them out just for clarity? There's even images of people cycling and biking along the top of the berm such that you can get up to Highline Trail, Three Sisters Creek Trail. So all of the space that's needed for the mitigation is in the plan.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for that detailed explanation. So the future cost to maintain the berm and the protection, I'm just wondering if that was addressed within the fiscal impact analysis?
It was. There was an operating cost identified by the Steep Creek specialist that the town reviewed, and those costs were also put into the MFIA.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question on this subject. I'm looking at councillors to see if anybody wants to jump in on this. So this is sort of a sidebar question, I guess. So understanding, and I recall a lot of the presentations we had years ago around the Steep Creek mitigation and the discussions around the requirement for increased berm on the east side of that creek. And I recall the discussion we had at that time about possibility of development on the west bank. I guess the question I have is around increased risks to the existing development, or what are the increased risks to the existing development on the eastern side of the creek caused by pushing erosion into that direction?
So if I can bring up an image again, just give me 2 seconds. We'll use Google Earth just because it's handy. So I hope you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I'd probably restate what you said a little bit, because currently this subdivision is unprotected. There is no mitigation currently in place for Three Sisters Creek and Three Sisters Ridge. And in fact, some of the potential impacts from Three Sisters Creek, should an event happen, would extend into Gateway. And so some of our grading is adjusting that. It's a very minor impact, but there could be an impact theoretically at certain levels. So it's not that the resort center is pushing it towards Three Sisters Creek. It's actually the other way. It's because we are mitigating for Three Sisters Creek and Three Sisters Ridge subdivision with this berm that the water is being pushed into the resort village area. And so when I say that we're playing that ping pong game that we described a little bit earlier, that's to basically put it back into this steeper channel here. And when you look at even the town's reports, you can see because that's such a narrow kind of V-notched gully and it's in bedrock and it's got a lot of capacity in there, it doesn't push into Three Sisters Creek subdivision once we've redirected it into this channel. So basically the terrain, topology, and morphology of the creek is different upstream of the bridge and downstream of the bridge. So upstream of the bridge, we're kind of playing it on a shallow field a little bit. So we're steering it into the village, then we steer it back just before the bridge back into the narrow, confined, but very delineated channel. And when we do that, it doesn't actually add to a lot of the steep creek hazard. There probably is some impact. You know, it's not material, but there would be some increased risk impacts. But the town has been very good to make sure that they've gone through it on the cost split strategy, such that if one side is causing something and happen on the other side, the costs are allocated to that party. So, for example, there was a discussion in this area, do we need to increase here? There's discussion about a little bit of adjustment on bridges. And because it's worked out, I would say, probably to the town's benefit at the end of the day on the cost split strategy, which is probably what you'd like to hear at the end of the day. But I still think it's fair and reasonable. So that was the explanation, and the same explanation I gave to the owners of Three Sisters when we started down this road.
Okay, thanks for
And
that.
you probably know, Mayor Borman, that existing developments have a different risk threshold in your land use bylaw for steep creeks versus new developments. But right, the new developments use 1 in 100,000. Existing developments use a lower threshold, although we're trying to get it as high as possible as we can for Three Sisters Creek and Three Sisters Ridge.
Great, thanks for reminding me of that. Councillor Sanford, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Barman. This is a question for Mr. Ullenberger. Does that pond that you were showing there on the slide become part of the mitigation? And does that need to be dredged and maintained?
Yes, and yes. It actually was originally designed as a part of the unfinished golf course for mitigation from flood events at Three Sisters Creek, not to the level of the 2013 instance, but there were 3 smaller ponds. You can see my cursor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just double checking. Thank you. In this range, they were essentially wiped out in the 2013 floods. And one of the big benefits for the Parkway and why the Parkway remained open for access into Canmore when the Trans-Canada Highway got wiped out was this pond. This pond took a lot of the debris, a lot of the gravel, and a lot of the flow and absorbed it all. Three Sisters paid to have that, well, actually, I think it was a cost share, come to think of it, to dredge that out the first time. And the ongoing maintenance earlier to, I think it was Mayor Borman's question, the costs of ongoing maintenance are in the MFIA, right? So the anticipated impact is that this would be, should something occur and the infrastructure has been turned over, then it would be a town cost. Should an event occur before the infrastructure is turned over or some damage happen to it, then that's a Three Sisters cost. We have to hand it the town in good operating order, ready to go.
But it will require ongoing maintenance, as we've seen on Cougar Creek, where you have to get behind it and dredge out the debris at some point.
Yeah, I think when we cleaned it out, I'd have to go back into the cost. I could probably find that cost. It wasn't huge, but yes, we did have to clean out that pond after 2013, and absolutely. So if another event does happen, that would have to be done for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I sense that the council is starting to run low on new questions. But I'm looking to members of council to see if there are any additional questions for Three Sisters at this time. Well, this is it. Now or never. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I just have one left. That's it. For TSMB. Every home built is subject to an energy rating. Can you explain to me how the rating is determined and what is done to ensure each home meets the rating?
Yes. Just give me a half a second. This looks like it will work. It's not perfectly on point. Can't always predict some of the questions, but we'll see if we can do that. Oops, shared the wrong screen again. My apologies for the delay.
No problem.
So Councillor McCullum, as you probably know, today, the Canmore Land Use Bylaw uses tools that are in place on securities to see if the homes are actually making certain levels, right? And
Yeah.
it's commonly on a blower door test is a common way of doing it for built
Yep.
green, right?
It's modeled and then they do a test to test it, basically.
That's exactly right. That's
Modeled
exactly
at DP. Just did it.
Just did it. Oh, well, you should be very familiar with the process. Did you get a refund of your security?
I did. 57% higher than building code, although I'm told through social media that that's not that great, but whatever.
Well, it's kind of interesting that you have that personal experience and ask the question. So that's really good.
Well,
But
sometimes questions aren't just for me, they're for everybody.
No, I totally understand where you're going for sure. So the same system would continue to be carried on such that, you know, if a developer and builder came in for their development permit, exactly as you just identified, and said, these are the thresholds that I'm going to hit, and this is how I'm going to hit it, the town would go, very good, thank you for your security, and you better hit it. And then if you don't, you might not get a full refund for it. And we did the same thing on projects we built recently. All of the builders in Canmore, I think, well, especially in particularly in the Three Sisters area, but I think everybody does it throughout the town, looks to do that built green rating, that blower door test. They model at the beginning, they do the test afterward. It's physically done just as you just described for your own home. And then you have to submit those results to the town of Canmore to show that you did hit the targets you were anticipating. Or if you didn't, then you're penalized for it. There is a financial penalization for that. And I think it's actually a very cool system that's worked well for a number of years now. And the reason I brought this slide is it's described not in that level of detail, but it's in the second from last bullet.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Just while we have that slide up, I'm wondering if you have any inside track on when the building code may be updated.
Well, I think you've seen, well, hopefully you've seen, the federal government has a target to achieve net zero by 2030. And usually there's like a, you know, I'll say a couple year lag for provinces to adjust it. Well, and some of that's a little bit historical. They've been getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the federal government actually updates their building code, because building regulations are done at a provincial level. So they follow along with the national building code that's done by the feds. And so you can absolutely build a net zero home. And there's less than 500 across Canada right now. And it's because it's relatively new technology still. So it's a bit niche. And so the intent is, as the building codes upgrade and are set to achieve net zero by 2030 at a federal level, the supply chain, the trades, the training, the education, the builder's certification, because it's a lot of work. It's not easy. You know, you do have to actually work pretty hard to get some of those built green gold standards and stuff like that. silver and bronze are very common in Canmore. Gold is becoming more common as the technology, training, and trades improve. So I believe that we will be at a net zero in Alberta, and I'm, it's my best guess, by probably 2032 or something like that in the building code. And I think that's an outside if I was to guess, because as I mentioned, Alberta used to have quite a lag between building code issued by the federal government and then the province would update. Like there was the 2006 building code in place for forever. It was a long time, but they've been becoming much quicker. It's usually about a year, sometimes 2 at the max now, and I think that cycle is going to continue to get shorter as people try to achieve climate change action goals.
Well, great, thanks for that, and I hope your predictions come to pass. Perhaps
Me
even
too.
sooner, but.
Well, and as we've articulated, our goal is to incentivize that to happen faster, right? Make Canmore that climate action change leader that we're all hoping to be.
Right. Yeah. Okay, once again, I'm looking to council to see if there are any additional questions. I have none myself. Last opportunity for councilors. Councilor McCallum just disappeared, so I guess that means she has no more questions. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ollenberger, and your entire team for being here today and answering a lot of questions.
It's we appreciate the opportunity to answer questions that you had. It's been a big team effort. I'd like to say thank you to the extended team that was with us here today so they could provide direct and detailed expertise to council. If I may beg one indulgence, your worship, that would be I know you're shortly going to close the public hearing. I promised that I would follow up with the slides that I used to council. That might be a few minutes behind that official closure, but I will endeavor to get it to you as quickly as possible today.
Great, that would be appreciated. With that, again, thank you all for joining in, and of course, you're welcome to continue to listen in as we move to the next phase of the public hearing, which is the opportunity for council to ask questions of administration. And so looking, there's admin, Ms. Miller. I don't know if anybody else from admin is going to pop up. But if not, I'll just start with my first question. It's we've only been going since that long break for an hour, so I'm assuming everybody's good to keep going for another while yet. Question for Mr. Asarte, and well, a couple of questions, I guess, for Mr. Asarte. Feeding on some of what we heard from Three Sisters. But just before I put a question to you, Andy, I note that there were a number of statements that were attributed to you in the some of the answers from Three Sisters, and I just wanted you to have an opportunity to give additional feedback or additional detail on some of those points and issues.
Yeah, I think the points were fair. There have been a lot of discussions over a long period of time around transportation. Obviously, a big challenge, and I think the applicant has done a good job of responding to concerns and putting together a plan that gives us the best chance possible at hitting mode share targets. And I think probably the areas where I would focus is specifically around those targets and the challenges that we'll have meeting those, and just making clear to council what that might mean.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that. The line of interest that I want to follow is and we've talked about it today, and we've talked about it a lot in the past, and of course it has to do with the current congestion on the corridor down from Three Sisters across the Bow River Bridge, and I did mention earlier when I was speaking that I live on that corridor, so I'm quite familiar firsthand with it. And we know from last summer how that sort of congestion is really made much worse by the growing numbers of day visitors from our region. And this is a sort of a high level question, I suppose. I'm not necessarily expecting a very detailed answer, but so in the future, what options would the town have to address the greater congestion if it's greater than anticipated on the Three Sisters Parkway through to the bridge? And would any future engineering response to such an issue be addressed? Could it be addressed within the offsite levy model? And as a layperson, I'm wondering, I'm thinking about things like road widening. I mean, would we ultimately have to consider adding lanes onto that roadway or adding onto the Bow River Bridge? I just don't know what options there might be if we fall short in hitting the targets that are addressed in the ASPs and our own targets, frankly.
Ms. Carpat touched on the mobility assessment, and as part of the mobility assessment, we have a requirement and a requirement for a plan for collecting data. So every year data will be required to be collected, and that'll monitor what's happening with current trends, background traffic, as well as impacts from the development. And the mobility assessment is intended to be a snapshot in time at each concept scheme phase to say, where are we at now? Where will this next series of phases of development take us in terms of traffic volumes? And what do we need to do to keep ourselves in a place where that corridor is functioning through to the end of that concept theme development? And as Ms. Carpat noted, there is likely going to be at each concept scheme phase work that needs to be done up front as part of the initial work to start the development, because we're going to be bumping up against the capacity of the Bow Bridge corridor from today until infinity. And the plan really relies on us to shift background traffic today. So we need a greater share of today's trips to be taken by transit, walk, cycle, which we could expect to happen as we improve transit, improve pathways, improve cycle facilities. And then it relies on the development to be done in a way that minimizes the impact. We're going to be bumping up against this continuously. My concern as an administrator is that we go too far and we've bumped too far up against the capacity of that corridor. And what happens then is what Mr. Ohlenberger described, which is we have congestion. And yes, congestion is a tool that can shift mode, but we've cautioned throughout the development of these plans that also impacts our ability to run transit service effectively. And so we can't have congestion as a tool to shift mode and a very high transit mode share in the same plan. They're contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've asked the applicant to set thresholds that allow transit to function at a high level of service so that we can hit those targets. And so my expectation is congestion on that corridor isn't a tool for us. Yes, we can expect our typical peak summertime busyness, but we need to keep it flowing for transit and for emergency services to be able to respond. To the second part of the question, what can we do along that corridor? Again, we're quite limited. That is our crossing of the Bow, other than the Trans-Canada to the east, which we do expect to take a pretty significant portion of traffic from the resort, from the Smith Creek area, as well as the new commercial out at Gateway. We expect a lot of traffic to go through that's currently all having to come across the Bow Bridge and having to use the grocery stores on railway. We expect a lot of traffic to reorient, use the Trans-Canada. And we need that because we can't widen the Bow Bridge corridor our arterial cross section is 3 lanes, 1 lane each direction plus turn bays. And with all of the driveways and everything else, the Bow Bridge corridor is really more of a collector. It can't act as an arterial because you can't have turn bays into every driveway and run 18,000 vehicles per day. And it's 20 meters wide. Our arterial cross section to fit it in would require 30 meters. So that would be just to get 1 lane each direction plus turn bays, we'd have to acquire 10 meters of space. And so that's why we've set with the applicant environmental capacity. It's when I say environment, the nature of the corridor. You can call it an arterial street, but really how many cars can you fit down that street is dependent on how that street is built. And this one has driveways backing out. It has multiple access points from other streets, and it's heavily constrained at 20 meters wide. So we expect it to function more as a collector, and everything in the planning has to go into ensuring that every aspect of the development is working towards that. And to the last part of the question around offsite levies, what we envision is the assessment has laid out a number of improvements that are needed, most significantly around active transport and transit, because it's really where we need a lot of travel demand to go. Car lanes, we expect it to stay at 2 lanes with the exception of improvements at intersections along the way, and potentially some 3-lane cross sections out on the parkway. And those where the impact is driven by development will be offsite levy eligible and paid for by the developer. And where it's not eligible, the intent is that if it's driven by development or whatever share is driven by development for, say, something like a pathway that may not be offsite eligible, the applicant would be responsible for directly funding those improvements as part of that mobility assessment plan.
Okay, well, thank you for that detailed answer. And basically, what the main point I'm taking from this is that that's the benefit of having checkpoints built into the plans through the monitoring and adaptation plan, and moving forward with any development in with the concept scheme. So that allows the town to essentially bite off chunks over time and respond to what we're seeing actually play out on the ground.
That will be important.
Yeah. And, speaking for myself, I already, as I've mentioned, I live on the south side of the Bow River, and I already use the Trans-Canada Highway as one of my primary routes if I'm heading over to Cougar Creek or Elk Run, for instance. And I love the bus. So, we talk about mode shift, but sometimes it's actually a mind shift that we're asking people to make. But back to the Q&A. So looking to members of council, any questions that you may have for Mr. Asarte? Oh, looks like you're getting off light here today, Andy. Oh, Councillor Sanford.
I had to think about if I'm going to ask this one, but is there any potential for another bridge over the Bow River?
For pedestrian traffic, we've suggested that there's a need for that capacity, and have identified, the applicants identified in their planning that would be considered as part of our next integrated transportation plan. So we'd look at it more from a big picture, where potentially could we cross pedestrians. Potentially it would happen on the road crossing out that already exists for the Trans-Canada. It would be a parallel route that goes basically from Smith Creek coming in along the highway into Bow Valley Trail. If you look between that crossing for the Trans-Canada and the Bow River Bridge, for an opportunity to put another road crossing in, it's fairly limited in terms of topography, the environmental impacts going through a habitat patch, there isn't a link that would really help take pressure off the downtown that wouldn't be coming in through South Canmore, for example, already, or it'd be too circuitous. So I think we've determined through this that an additional road crossing of the Bow River isn't a practical solution. There isn't a place where it could be built or a place that could be built and would be effective. Certainly is something we could look at as part of transportation planning, but it's generally been ruled out for those reasons.
So we don't have any road right-of-ways that we could tie into or connect across the river?
Everything south of South Canmore is the habitat patch with the wastewater treatment plant. So yes, there are roads and road right-of-ways or roads through the lease lands there, but the idea of trying to bring a vehicular crossing into that space is at this point considered a non-starter.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
I was just curious, this may be kind of for transportation and other areas, but do we need to move the growth boundary to accommodate a road that connects to Deadman's and the highway? Or can that road through Smith Creek without moving the urban growth boundary be accommodated to that interchange there?
I haven't personally looked at that. And offhand, I would say it would be challenging just from a grades perspective, as well as just finding an alignment along the Trans-Canada that Alberta Transportation would support. Because I'm guessing that's what you're suggesting, Councillor Hillstead.
No, so with currently with the Smith Creek ASP, it's meant to, the parkway's meant to connect all the way up to past Thunderstone to the highway there. But supposedly an urban growth boundary, like to include the Thunderstone Quarry and to connect the road, the urban growth boundary needs to move. I'm just curious, does the urban growth boundary actually need to move for that road if for some reason
I see
it was suggested that, you know, we don't move the urban growth boundary within the Smith Creek ASP? I'm just wondering, can you still get connectivity to Deadman's and the highway without an urban growth boundary?
We would have to look at that. Anything's possible. Might be technically challenging, and if it's working with AT and trying to fit it in, it could be challenging, but it could be looked at.
Do you have another question, Councillor Hillstead?
That was it.
Thank you, and Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Wow, Andy, you're on the hot seat. Whew. I was wondering, I'm assuming that you were able to hear the applicant's explanation with regards to Steep Creek questions that the mayor was able to ask. And my question is, if you share the applicant's view of the Steep Creek mitigation measures.
We work quite closely with the applicant and BGC to put that together. I think the only clarification is that there are two hazards happening. There's one is debris flood, and the other is an area of expected erosion. So when they map a hazard, for example, the work we did back in 2014, they take the topography and it's considered a hard surface. The modeling doesn't allow for erosion to occur in there. So where you have low ground, it'll always stay low, and where you have high ground, it'll always stay high. And so the flow from the hazard of Three Sisters Creek flows to the low ground, which is unfortunately the existing development. And that's why we see a large hazard in that area. When the ASP came forward, we asked the applicant to look at the impacts of erosion from the creek, because we know that the creeks will change. You can get aggradation in the filling of a channel. You can get erosion in new channels form. So run some scenarios with erosion, and tell us if the resort center is vulnerable to debris flood, debris flow, if topography changes over time. And so using some newer techniques in modeling, BGC was able to do that work. And what they found is that the flow, even after a significant erosion event, will still not go into the resort center, the main portion of the resort center. So that's good news. They did find, however, that erosion of up to 160 meters wide, and we saw that with Cougar Creek, where it goes from a confined channel to a wider eroded area. So with Three Sisters Creek, we can expect the erosion to go up to 160 meters wide. And so when we're looking at mitigation scheme and placement of development, I think that's where the BGC report concluded if we're going to put development right on the edge of the current bank, then that erosion zone is going to occur offset from the current channel. It won't be 80 meters either side, and these things are unpredictable. And so the applicant's approach in this case is to hard armor along the development to avoid having to give the creek space for that erosion, that expected erosion, and to use the space on the eastern portion of the fan for that erosion to occur. And that is accommodated through hard armoring on the new development side and an offset berm for the existing development, as has always been planned as the mitigation scheme. And that was the cross section that Mr. Ollenberger showed.
Okay, thank you.
I see we've been joined once again by our junior counselor. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Are there other questions from members of council for Mr. Asarte? Seeing none, thanks very much for being here and being prepared to answer our questions, Andy.
Thank you.
Just seeing Chief Galler's name pop up reminded me that there had been some questions during the public hearing around future fire risk and location of fire halls, and maybe I'll just throw out an answer or a question. Certainly familiar with the details of likely answer from all of the work we've done at council to approve the fire hall, but for the general public that may be paying attention, if you could just speak to the fire hall planning study that took place and briefly speak to the decision of the Palliser location and how that is expected to meet the need even on Three Sisters lands as it develops out for some time yet.
Absolutely, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the question. It's a great one, and happy to speak to it. Yes, the Group 2 study was quite extensive and exhaustive on when they discovered and discussed fire hall placement. There were two proposals brought forward, and that was the first one proposal was to build a second fire hall in the Three Sisters area and replace the main fire hall, and the others was to build the Palliser fire hall first and let the growth of the town dictate when and where the second fire hall will be built. So in consultation with town administration, we decided that that was the best recommendation to bring to council, and council decided to go that route, that by placing the main fire hall in the Palliser location, it gives us the best footprint of coverage for the entire municipality as we know it now. And that would include the Three Sisters Village area. Now, it is still a fairly straight shot all the way down to Dead Man's Flats in the Smith Creek area using the Trans-Canada. And frankly, we've done some modeling on this already, and for responses, we would be primarily using the Trans-Canada Highway for access into both of those ASPs, both of those neighborhood areas. So we're pretty confident with the decision to go with the Palliser location on providing a good central location on main roads, big arterial roadways that will get us into most part of our community. So yeah, in a nutshell, absolutely, that's where we're at with that.
Thanks very much for fielding that question. As I say, it hadn't been on my desk until I saw your name, but there you go. I'll move on to questions directed to planning unless another member of council has a follow-up question for Chief Gahler. And seeing none, thanks very much for taking the question, Chief. I guess I'll start with the question that's sort of higher level than some of the others that were on my mind. But the possibility or the suggestion of considering establishing a specialized municipality status for the town was raised during the public hearing. And I don't know much about that opportunity and even the process required to do that. And I'm not sure if there would be a benefit to the town or not. So it's sort of a high level question just for Mr. Welsh or Ms. Miller to, or anybody to speak to. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Borelman. I will redirect that question to Ms. DeSoto.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, for some reason my camera, oh, there I am. Sorry, I popped up top instead of down below. Sorry, thank you, Mayor Borelman, for that question. Yes, I heard that referenced during the public hearing as well. So I did consider that question and looked back into especially a report that we had conducted back in 2011. There were 8 Alberta municipalities, tourism-based municipalities, that commissioned a study by Ben Brunin that looked at how to best address the needs of tourism-based communities. And they looked at the specialized municipality as one of the constructs that could be used, but did not recommend that approach. In fact, the municipality of Jasper is actually a specialized municipality. It's used when there's no other classification of municipal government that can meet the needs within a proposed geographic area, and typically allows urban and rural areas to form one government. So examples of specialized municipalities include Wood Buffalo, which encompasses Fort McMurray, and the Crow's Nest Pass, which encompasses the various communities along that wide geographical strip. So the recommendation coming out of the 2011 study was that we look at defining tourism-based communities, and that we advocate strongly to the provincial government to amend the Municipal Government Act to allow municipalities who meet a certain set of criteria to have access to various revenue tools. So at this point in time, we don't see a specialized municipality as meeting our needs. It's certainly, the municipality of Jasper, for example, is advocating along with us to create a tourism-based or a resort municipality status that would have special standing in the Municipal Government Act.
Great, thanks for being prepared for that answer. I had forgotten the fact that the Brennan report addressed that question.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking to other members of council for any questions to direct to Ms. Miller or for planning. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So we heard quite a bit about the scale and the scope of these ASPs. And have found many times we're sort of in what Canmore planning looks like versus what real world planning looks like. And so I was wondering if the planning department could help me understand with that within the practice of urban planning, what is the typical scale, scope, and timeline of an area structure plan? So we have more shortened timelines, and then we have with Smith Creek a much longer timeline for development. And a lot of that has to do with, I'm guessing, land. being able to have access to developable land over a 5 to 7 year period or a 3 to 5 year period. I was wondering if you could share that with us.
Thank you, Councillor McCallum, for the question. So it is worth noting that every province or locality does set out slightly different requirements and process for plans at this level. So to your point that sometimes it feels a little bit Canmore specific, that's not just Canmore, that's across the country. And that's because these plans need to address the contextual elements of the lands that they're planning for. So in the planning hierarchy, I'll just share a quick slide for council that will kind of help put some context around that. Can everyone see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you'll notice here, sorry, I just have to move some, my own face is blocking the slide. So I'm just trying to figure out how to move that. But you can see that the municipal development plans in this diagram is the gray bar. And that is setting out the overall vision for the community. And you'll notice that ASPs and ARPs are the statutory documents that come under our municipal development plans. So these plans are statutory and they outline the principles that will guide future developments in the area. Now in the province of Alberta, section 633 of the MDP speaks to specific things that must be included in an ASP, such as the sequencing of development, land uses proposed, the density of population, and general location of major transportation routes and public utilities. Now, with that said, the MGA also states that municipalities can include other matters as the council considers necessary. So when it comes to timelines for development, again, those are going to be more locally specific and may have more specific checkpoints or updates included as part of their process. So depending on the municipality, there may be a slightly different approach used. Generally speaking, ASPs could cover a land supply for the next 10 to 15 years, again, depending on the locality. So ASPs are looking at the land in broad brushstrokes. More specific details, which we heard a great deal about during the public hearing process, are typically fleshed out in subsequent phases of the planning process. So further down that inverted triangle, either through conceptual scheme process, land use, or subdivision.
Great. So we look at 10 to 15 years of a land supply. Is there sort of like a area of land or population of people or none of that? It's just all contextual to
correct
decision. Okay, gotcha. I have more questions, Your Worship, but I'm willing to defer to my colleagues if they want to go first.
How gracious of you. Thank you. In which case, I'll ask Councillor Sanford to bring a question.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Councillor McCallum. I have a question for Ms. Miller, I believe. There was a lot of discussion during the public hearing about mining the future and how mining the future may have been incorporated into this process. And I understand that mining the future was used to inform our MDP. And going forward, we have incorporated some of those inputs. So could you just speak to how mining the future did inform the current MDP that we're working with?
So what I can say is that mining the future was replaced by the municipal development plan that we currently have, and elements of that plan was included in some of the goals and objectives of our current MDP. But with regard to mining the future, it carries no statutory weight. It is not currently a statutory plan that is in effect, and therefore there would be no requirement of the applicant to align their proposal to the goals and objectives that may have been outlined in mining the future. Their primary requirement would have been to align to our current statutory document, which is our municipal development plan.
Which was, I understand, informed by information from mining the future.
correct.
Is that correct? And that's how we came up with a new MDP, was amalgamating all that information that we've collected over many years?
Yes.
Okay.
So there would have been a combination of the previous policy documents that the town would have adopted in the past, as well as consultation activities in developing the new plan.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just remind Councillor Sanford that there was a great deal of community consultation leading into the MDP approval in 2016, post Mining the Future, which was 2007, 2008. But certainly I contend that the Mining the Future, which was intended to inform a new MDP, was successful in that role. What I'm hearing from the community now is that there's a requirement for a new round of visioning. But certainly it's reasonable to indicate that the Mining the Future did inform the MDP in 2016. Unless you have another related question, Councillor Sanford. I have a question, and this was raised in discussion with the applicant, and it was in regards to the certainty of the future provision of 10% of all units on both ASP areas to being provided as PAH or vital homes under the current CCH model. And looking for that certainty, Ms. Carpat noted that the 10% requirement was stated within the area structure plan, which, as you've shown, Ms. Miller, in the inverted pyramid, an ASP direction is above land use bylaw. I don't think that we can insert that 10% pH requirement into the land use bylaw, but I may be wrong on that. Could you just speak to that general sort of line of thought?
For sure. Thanks, Mayor Borman. So as Mr. Ohlenberger stated earlier in today's proceedings, the province of Alberta doesn't have inclusionary zoning tools. So we do not have the ability to make housing at a particular price point or for particular segments of the housing market a requirement as part of their development. So administration, being mindful of not having this tool, we do try to engage in significant negotiations with applicants when they bring developments forward to try to advance affordable housing opportunities and try to keep that top of mind for applicants when they come in.
But can we use the fact that that requirement is identified within the area structure plan? I mean, ultimately, can a builder just say, I don't care?
So part of that, it's a little bit of a tricky question because as the applicant has noted that there is a bonusing toolkit associated with the village ASPs. So the applicant has made advances to try to encourage the development of this type of housing, but as a municipality, we are not in a position to take a hard line and make it a requirement through subsequent phases of the planning process.
Right.
If that clarifies your answer.
Yeah, it sort of states what I understand to be the case. So no matter the really good intentions that are stated in the area structure plan to be certain about at least 10% of the units being PAH or vital homes, I got to stop saying PAH. There is no way that the municipality can force or require that. And I just recognize that as being one of the many advantages we have to living in Alberta. I think it's really important that the landowner has recognized the need in their ASP by putting that direction in the ASP. So regardless, I didn't expect that I would be able to hear a much more definitive answer than that. Thank you. Councillor Comfort.
Yeah, to follow up on your little disposition there, Mayor Bowen, my question is, just as I understand it, there's no way to compel the developer to build affordable housing or perpetually affordable housing, vital homes as we know it now.
Is that a question or?
Yep, that's the
that
question.
was a question.
It isn't possible, is it, to compel the developer to build affordable homes?
That is correct.
And the only way to change what goes on the land is through zoning. So is it R2, R1, et cetera? But we don't have any tool or mechanism to do any more than that.
That is correct.
And the only way to do it, as I understand it, is by, what do you call that? When you just take the land and you reimburse the builder for the land.
So land expropriation? Is that
expropriation, yeah.
you're
Which
referring to?
is fraught and expensive, et cetera.
I think that would
That's
be
a tool. That is a tool, right?
It is a tool. There would definitely be, as you've already noted, there are definitely considerations that we'd need to be mindful of if we were to go down that path. But the applicant has continually expressed a commitment to providing various types of housing. And so that is as far as we as a municipality could push at this level of the process. That's the best we can do.
Yeah, so we have to take that on good faith.
I will note that, you know, in the earlier part of the discussion today, that it was noted that there's community lands that are associated with the ASP approval, that once those community lands are transferred to the town, then those lands would become, there'd be a level of certainty on those lands because we would own those lands. And it would allow for, you know, a reasonable number of PH, vital homes to be built.
And we have seen successful developments go past that across the street from you and I, Mayor Barman. What's the name of that development?
Yeah, the mine side.
Mine side, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were very happy when that was completed. I remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Councillor Comfort, if I may, I would just like to clarify, while expropriation is a tool that is available to council, as Mayor O'Borman pointed out, it may not be the tool that we would use to advance affordable housing. So we would likely potentially look at buying land. There may be lands that are provided to us that we could use to advance those priorities of council. Expropriation is a tool, but maybe not the hammer we need. It might be more of a hammer when we need a different type of tool to achieve the same goal.
Yes, and it's more of a sledgehammer than a.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify that for council and for the community, that we wouldn't just jump to expropriation to advance affordable housing.
Kind of straying outside of the conversation around the ASP.
Okay, sorry.
This time. I'm just going to call another short break. And it's 3:41, so we'll reconvene at 3:50. I think we're pretty much all reassembled. Councilor McCallum has joined. Yeah. So probably didn't need to take a break because I sense we're just about to the end of this, but frankly, I wanted to take a break so I could think about these things myself and be sure I didn't have any additional questions for planning. One question that just sort of popped up, if you will, is around the discussions we had with the applicant and certainly heard from the community regarding, which was appropriate engagement with Stony Nakota. And I don't know if planning has anything to add to that conversation at this time, or it's just something that needs to be considered by your department.
Thanks, Mayor Borrowman. I can give some preliminary comments from planning department's perspective, and I'd look to Ms. DeSoto to maybe follow up on a larger scale from the town administration perspective. So with regard to these applications, the planning department did include the Stony Nakota as part of our circulation of the final submissions of the ASPs. We did not receive any comments back as part of that circulation period. As has already been noted in the report and through acknowledgements during the public hearing process, we do recognize that there is a need to take another look at our approach to engagement. And I'll look to Ms. DeSoto to kind of speak to the broader context of that.
Thank you, Ms. DeSoto.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Borman, for that question, and Lauren for your response. So firstly, I just want to acknowledge that we all are aware that there is a gap in municipal policy on Indigenous engagements. So, neither our MDP nor the terms of reference for these two area structure plans compelled or required the applicant to do any engagement with our Indigenous neighbors. There is reference within the MDP to regional engagement with the MD, for example, or communities that border us. There's also requirements within the Municipal Government Act to undertake intermunicipal development plans or intermunicipal collaborative frameworks with communities that have an immediate adjacent boundary. So we aren't compelled in any legislation. And certainly the consultation, the UN Declaration of Indigenous, the UNDRIP legislation, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, so I won't say it all, speaks specifically to Crown lands, to provincial and federally held lands, and not to privately titled lands typically found in municipalities. That being said, certainly both John and William Snow spoke about the opportunity to undertake a memorandum of understanding or an MOU with the town, and that is something we are open to and would look forward to future council direction on that. Should that be council's desire as well, which I believe it is, but that will take time and resources. We could also look to working with the applicant, as the applicant spoke earlier this morning, about future stages of the development and opportunities to engage with the Indigenous neighbors through those future stages. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, it does quite comprehensively. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you've given this a lot of thought and have some suggestions for council that I'll look forward to having on the table to discuss in the near future. At this point now, I'm again looking to council. Councilor McCallum, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So this is a question for planning. And we heard quite a bit of it, not only in our Q&A today, but within the 5 days of public hearing, 6 days of public hearing. It's a blur. It's a lot of days. What holds precedence and why? DC 198, which is within our land use bylaw, or the NRCB decision. And I think there's parts of both that, yeah, I'm actually going to stop there because it is actually, and I had a conversation with Mr. Walsh yesterday about this, and I went to bed and I woke up and it still was a little foggy. So I'm wondering if someone could speak to that a bit further and more in depth and in slow motion.
Okay, I will attempt to do so. We also have our legal counsel on the line if we need to delve into the legal implications, but the details contained within DC 198 are a culmination of various phases of work undertaken over a period of time between the town, the landowner, and the province to arrive at implementation details that weren't clearly outlined in the original NRCB decision. So it was really, the goal was to get some greater clarity on how to move forward. The culmination of that work was embedded in the land use bylaw by means of a direct control district that governs those lands. Now, if you kind of refer back to the little inverted triangle I showed earlier, the land use bylaw is further down in the inverted triangle. So the land use bylaw does not implement policy. It implements policy, it does not lead policy. So right. DC 198 needs to be looked at as an implementation tool driven by other policy rather than it being policy itself. As well, like any bylaw, DC 198 can technically be amended at any time by the council of the day, so long as the amendments align with the MDP, and in this case, particularly, address clear matters of planning and public interest. So therefore, in short, the NRCB decision does take precedence since it is a decision made at a provincial level and is therefore higher than the land use bylaw. Okay, so then I'm going to ask the next bit. So we've read in the NRCB their requirement for low to moderate housing, and quite a substantial number, and of course, what low to moderate housing meant in 1992 versus what low to moderate housing means in, what year are we in? 2021, could be up for interpretation. So how do we draw a line between policies such as that or decisions such as that within the NRCB to what we see within the regulation of DC 198? So I'm going to start to answer that question, and then I'm going to throw to Mr. Welsh to maybe provide a little bit more meat on the bones. So as Mr. Ohlenberger referenced earlier in his presentation, the NRCB decision did speak to timing and specific land uses and population densities may be changed with the approval of the town of Canmore. So there was an acknowledgement that there could be an increase in the population proposed for these lands, and that would really be within council's purview and decision-making authority to determine the appropriateness of that population increase. So keep that in mind. And Josh, maybe you can speak a little bit to some of the challenges associated with the language used in the NRCB decision and kind of the language we use currently with regard to affordable housing and low to moderate housing.
Sure, thanks, Lauren. Thank you, Councillor McCallum. It's challenging, right? Because the NRCB decision and application did not actually provide a definition of what low or modest cost housing is or was. So we're left to try and interpret that in the ways we can in our modern context. It is a point, though, that we started with the applicant when we workshopped around affordable housing. We said, this is what the NRCB says, please respond. And this is where we've landed. And so the applicant came up with a range of housing types that they feel adequately addresses in spirit what the NRCB states. We as a town have not come up with any definitions to satisfy what the NRCB was speaking to. And so we're left with this ambiguous sort of space where the gap hasn't been filled.
Councillor McCallum, you're muted.
Sorry. I've got kids home now, so now I'm just trying to keep the ambient noise out. So would you say then that the council of the day that approved DC 198 actually defined what low to moderate cost housing was going to look at like within the numbers and counts that they provided, and not just low moderate cost housing, like all of the sort of housing types and business types and commercial types that were described in the decision? Is that what is defined in DC 198? And sort of
198 at the time believed that entry-level housing would satisfy a large portion of that percentage. As we've implemented entry-level housing throughout town, we've realized that it doesn't work effectively as affordable housing should. So that's one of the areas where we were left with this particular application. We had to say, well, this isn't affordable housing. You can include it in your proposal, but we can't count it as affordable housing because it doesn't work that way. And so the applicant came forward with sort of another mix. And that's what we see as proposed today. I wouldn't say that 198 actually did define that either.
And I would say, Councillor McCallum, we can't clearly speculate. We can't speak to what council thought of or was part of their consideration at the time that they made that decision.
Yeah, no, I think I was just wondering if that was the formalization and the crystallization of what was decided in the NRCB was DC 198 in terms of unit counts, et cetera. And so that's what we have to work with. And instead of looking back to the NRCB. Anyways, I think yeah, it's still. So you're basically saying that it's up to council's interpretation as to what they want to receive in terms of door counts and based on housing typology.
What we are saying is that is within your purview to use as part of your decision making.
Okay.
So the NRCB does lay a foundation of expectations with regard to development on these lands. The proposal, as has been noted by many, exceeds that in some respects, and that is where the onus lies on council to determine the appropriateness of that increase based on all of the other factors considered.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the clear takeaway, which we've been aware of for some time now, is that entry level, as was defined in 20 years ago and implemented through the Stewart Creek ASP, turned out not to be to provide affordable housing. So yeah, that was a bit of a ramble, I guess. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. A question for you in planning as well. The applicant mentioned that they would look at the CCH model as the affordable housing component, but they also suggested that they might be looking at a different model. How would the town evaluate their proposed model to satisfy that 10% if they come up with it?
So I'll ask Mr. Welsh to maybe speak to the conversations and development of the ASP with regard to affordable housing.
We received no details around an alternative to CCH. Our understandings throughout the discussion of that 10%, it would all fall within the realm of CCH's purview and how those housing units are determined and managed.
Yeah, that's certainly how I understand the ASP and reflects the conversation we've had with the applicant, that the model of that 10% the units that they're talking about in the ASP that are referred to as affordable housing are the CCHC model and will work with CCH. That's my understanding.
I heard today that they were considering other options as well.
I must have missed that, but Councillor McCallum seems to have something.
Well, I would
to add
just
to the
remind
conversation.
council within our PAH policy, the town's PAH, which is still considered a PAH policy, that we actually allow for other providers of affordable housing as approved by the town of Canmore. So if somebody else wanted to come along and provide the exact same service that CCH provides to the town of Canmore, with the same, to our satisfaction, then they certainly could. So, in other jurisdictions, nonprofits sometimes bring this forward and so on and so forth. That I just would remind council of that.
And so to answer your question, Councillor Sanford, as has already been noted, the only model that we have had conversations with the applicant on is the CCH model, but that doesn't preclude them from exploring other models should they like to. So we have no knowledge of another model being explored at this time.
But would we have to approve if they did come up with some alternative, then it would be to the town's satisfaction?
I might look to Mr. Welsh to help me as well as part of the conversations that he may have had with the applicant with regard to evaluating another model. Can you clarify the question is, do we have to approve the approach they choose?
No, yes. Are we the ultimate authority on the approach?
We are, in so much as our ability to enforce the affordable housing happens, correct? So there's many points in the process where we'll be discussing with developer or builder the number of units and types of units. So conceptual scheme and subdivision early on, we'll be looking for things all the way down to development permitting, right? And so throughout the process, we will have those points in time where we'll verify and ensure that they fit the parameters of what we understand to be affordable housing. And right now, our only model is CCH's model. So that's our reference when we look at these things.
Great, thank you.
I'm looking to see if there's other questions from members of council for planning at this time. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So this is a question that came up quite sprinkled throughout the public hearing. Question/statement. I've seen them in some of the written submissions. And it's actually something I asked myself last February, a year ago, February. So if council decided to, let me rewind. What would be the process to return the NRCB decision back to the province for reconsideration?
Thanks, Councillor McCallum, for the question. I will defer that to our legal counsel, Ms. Kelsey Becker-Brooks with Reynolds, Mirth, Richards and Farmer, who's on the line. Kelsey, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Kelsey.
Hi, everybody. So Lauren had forwarded that question to me a little bit earlier so that I could expect it. And I've taken a quick look at the legislation. And the difficulty is this is a decision that came down so long ago. I've heard you pointing out all the problems with it, with the time that's passed. Those subsequent, approvals have come under it. But you have pretty limited rights of appeal when it comes to decisions that are made by the NRCB. So you might be familiar with the process of your SDAB. If somebody disagrees with that decision, they can bring a permission to appeal application to the Court of Appeal. And then if they get permission to appeal, they can proceed with an appeal at the Court of Appeal level. When we look at the NRCB decision, however, it includes a very similar process, which is that a decision must be made. And I had the section here, but let me just find it again. It follows basically a similar process, which is a 30-day window from when the decision is made. So there is an appeal from the board to the Court of Appeal. It's a limited right of appeal like SDAB appeals, so on questions of law or questions of jurisdiction. So what that means is it's not going to get into weighing the discretion that was exercised as long as there was some evidence to support the decision the board made. You'd actually have to find an error to get over that hurdle.
So it's more of like judicial review than anything else, sort of like that.
Yes, it is more like judicial review, except that it is a statutory right of appeal.
Gotcha.
Limited jurisdiction and questions of jurisdiction and questions of law has to be filed and served within 30 days of the day that the order or direction sought to be appealed from was made. We're beyond 30 days on anything that's come out of the NRCB, right? Including the most recent EAP approval, the environmental approval, I believe. So I think you're stuck on this one. The other thing that I thought was, well, maybe you could bring judicial review, but there's this lovely section here that says, and judicial review would be basically relying on the common law rights of appeal of decisions that are made by statutory delegates. Sometimes you can go that route if you can't fit into the statutory right of appeal, except that Section 32 of the Act provides that every action, order, ruling, or decision of the board or the person exercising the powers or performing the duties of the board is final and shall not be questioned, reviewed, or restrained by any proceedings in the nature of an application for judicial review or otherwise in any court. So it's really intended to be a final decision that other courts aren't second guessing, subject to that limited statutory right of appeal. So I think you're past that.
Okay. However, what was my next question? We are required to approve a tourism and recreation project. That is what the title of the decision is. And of course, something that aligns with the NRCB, depending on who you talk to, they feel this application or these applications align or don't align with the NRCB. So council is within their full planning rights to plan what we want to plan based on the Council of Canmore, correct?
Well, except that you're limited by Section 619 that says, and it's very, you know, I've provided Lauren with some opinions on this, and I suspect they've made their way through. You know, the wording in Section 619 is not easy to figure out. There's not very many decisions that have considered it. But what we're really stuck with is this idea that you are required to approve development, which is consistent with an approval that's been granted by the NRCB to the extent that it complies with the one that's been issued. So you get into those terms, consistent with, complies with, what does that actually mean? It means that there's some interpretation that you need to make, I think, as counselors to try and determine, you know, is this consistent with? And the example that you were bandying about earlier about the types of housing, I think is a very good example of that, figuring out what's consistent. What's the pushback on that? The potential pushback is if you say, well, we're approving X because we think it's consistent, is that I think someone could seek judicial review here. They could also use the appeal mechanism to the municipal government board to basically say it's not consistent with what's happened here. And that could come from the applicant, I suppose. That could
come from the public. Could a member of the public appeal that?
Only the applicant can appeal to the municipal government board.
Okay.
I think the public could bring a judicial review application. I also think that the government bodies could. Okay. So if they were of the opinion that you are not being true to what we approved, perhaps they would take issue with that. Though it sounds like they kind of.
It's my understanding that the NRCB wouldn't even consider an application like this anymore. That if they were to consider a resort application, it would require 250,000 people or something that's industrial in nature for them to review something like this.
I mean, that's an interesting point, because I think what it recognizes is that where you get an approval and then you sit on it for a very, very long period of time, things change. And it's not dissimilar like in the Municipal Government Act, where you approve a subdivision, they have to go ahead with it within a year or get an extension, right? And the whole idea is that so you don't have these approvals sitting out there and the rest of the context changes in the meantime, so it no longer makes sense. It seems to me that that's a bit what you're facing here, or you feel that you're facing.
Well, it's certainly what the public has been pushing us to ask more, and not just in this application, but over the last decade I've been on council, that's for sure. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much for being available.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks very much for joining in today. Appreciate that. I'm looking to council to see if there's other questions for planning. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I did have another question around the climate change discussion that we've been hearing a lot about. What tools in the land use bylaw or the MDP does the town have to address climate change in these ASPs or in any new buildings in Canmore? I think the applicant touched on it a little bit, but could you just sort of define the parameters that apply to all buildings in Canmore?
So as the applicant mentioned earlier, we acknowledge that there are elements included within the town's land use bylaw that do push the limits of the town's regulatory authority with regard to building code requirements and addressing green building elements, as well as fire smarting concerns. With that said, we are mindful though that because of this, the municipality could be challenged on both of those elements. However, the councils at the time believed that the benefit borne by the community outweighed the risk of legal challenge for either. So for us to push even further on those elements, so currently everyone in Alberta is bound to the Alberta Building Code. But if we were to push further on these elements, this increases the town's exposure to legal risk. So accordingly, as administration, being mindful of the tools that we have and maybe the tools that we don't, we do work diligently with proponents on their development proposals. And we try to use more of a carrot rather than a stick approach to advance some of those priorities that we know council has with regard to climate action and affordable housing. We try to suggest alternative approaches that they could use to within their application and really work collaboratively, going back and forth to develop a scenario that really kind of culminates in a win-win for both the applicant and the town. Some days we win, some days we have to compromise. And so that's kind of the breadth and scope of our ability to require more and the efforts that we're currently making.
And we apply those goals to all developments that come forward, is that correct?
We do our best to, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council for planning department?
Councillor Borman, if I may.
Mayor Borman.
Oh, sorry. Well, you won't let me call you your worship, so I have to come up with.
But I haven't been Councillor Borman in a very long time.
I've been speaking to councillors thus far. My apologies. Mayor Borman, if I may.
Yeah, you bet.
If you could forgive my faux pas in the title. I just wanted to make council aware that I'm kind of working as the point person for the rest of administration. So even if you don't have any further questions for planning, because planning was leading this application, we might have some insights that we can share before throwing to other members of administration. So we'll try to field the question, and if we need other members to join in, we'll do that.
Thank you. I've been looking at the other names that have popped up on the screen and wondering if I might have questions that they would best be able to answer, and I don't. So the questions that I've had in mind leading into today have been addressed. And I thank all of you who have been there, including the applicant, to sit through this long day and answer a lot of questions. I'm still waiting to see if there's any last questions from members of council. And I see none. So again, Ms. Miller and all of administration that have been online and prepared, ready to answer any of our questions, I appreciate you taking the time to join in like this. And I might as well, just before I close the meeting, also acknowledge the members of the public who have been involved in this through Zoom and virtual opportunities. I know that we've, all of the discussions have been very carefully followed by a lot of people in the community, and that's really good to see people working hard at becoming informed and understanding what are very complex issues. So thanks to all of the members of the public that have taken part in this public hearing, either directly or indirectly. And if there is no further questions from members of council at this time, then I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2021-05 and 2021-06. And I will move that council adjourn the March 9th, 2021 special meeting of council, which this continues to be. So I move to adjourn the meeting. Those in favor and opposed, motion's carried unanimously.